Community health conference, general counsel, and chief operating started on about a week and a half ago. So I love it. Yeah, it's so different than I was doing, and so I'm like, in my last job for 16 years, like not interested. I'm like so engaged, like so interested in it that I'll like Saturday morning I'm gonna read this. Like I'm just more into it. It's so new, right? Right. So it's fun. 17 years. I love it.
All right. The California Racial Equity Commission meeting is called to order at 9:02 a.m. on Thursday, March 21st in Delano, California. We are honored to be in Delano, California at Bakersfield College for the second Racial Equity Commission meeting and our first community forum this afternoon. It is especially poignant that we are meeting on March 21st, which is acknowledged by the United Nations as the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. This day is observed annually on the day the police of Sharpeville, South Africa, opened fire and killed 69 people at a peaceful demonstration against apartheid passed laws in 1960. Since then, we have seen the dismantling of the apartheid system in South Africa, yet many communities continue to suffer from the injustice that racism shepherds. We convene today to begin our journey as a commission to learn from communities and to carry that wisdom forward to inform the development of a racial equity framework for the state. As we begin today's meeting, we want to note a couple items. First, as we continue to engage guest speakers, presenters, and the public, we want to name that the information and opinions expressed by presenters or public commenters before the commission um, before the commission reflect the views of the speaker. They do not necessarily represent the views of the commission or the Office of Planning and Research. Second, as a reminder, as a public body, public comment is critical to the work of the commission, and we allow public input at all of our meetings. However, we stand united with other Californians in condemning hate and recognizing the harms that hate causes. A hate act is a hostile expression or action committed in whole or part because of a person's actual or perceived identities or characteristics, including race, color, disability, religion, national origin, sexual orientation, or gender, including gender identity, and or because that person is part of a protected group. The rich diversity among our population in California is one of our state's greatest assets, and we are committed to supporting and protecting all people in California. As a reminder, if you are a victim or witness to hate, racism, or bullying, you can report the incident and receive free support through the California versus Hate Resource Line. The hotline will help you identify next steps and help connect you to resources including legal, financial, mental health, and mediation services. Report hate by calling 833-8-NO-HATE or visiting californiaversushate.org. Now let's begin with our land acknowledgement. We acknowledge with gratitude that the meeting place at Bakersfield College Delano campus is the traditional territory of the Katanumic people of the Tejon tribe, a place the nation has called home since time immemorial. The land on which we gather today and its surrounding areas are still home to many indigenous communities, including Tule River and Tabatelotl tribes. We are grateful for all the indigenous people who continue to care for and remain interconnected with this land. We promise to be conscientious stewards of this land for the future generations and are committed to ensuring inclusion of indigenous peoples to inform the work of the California Racial Equity Commission. Oh. All right. Austin Ariola is the External Affairs Manager of the Strategic Growth Council and will lead the roll call to establish a quorum and provide an overview of the public comment process.
Thank you. Commissioner Hedrick.
Present.
Commissioner Kim.
Present.
Commissioner Maldonado.
Present.
Commissioner Matthews.
Present.
Commissioner Bonadera.
Present.
Commissioner Pastor.
Presente.
Commissioner Richardson.
Present.
Commissioner Salas.
Present.
Commissioner Bowles.
Present.
Vice Chair Wright.
Present.
Chair Wood.
Present.
Thank you. We have quorum. Thank you, Chair Wood, and thanks to everyone joining us today, in person, online, or by phone through Zoom webinar platform, or where the meeting is being live streamed on the Racial Equity Commission YouTube channel. I'm here to provide some information to help guide us through the processes for this hybrid meeting, which we have designed with the intention of maximizing access by members of the public. Please note, we are providing interpretation services to Spanish, in person and online for this meeting. If you are joining us by Zoom, locate the toolbar at the bottom of the Zoom window. Look for the interpretation button /icon, which may appear as a globe icon. Click on the interpretation button to access language interpretation options. A pop-up window will appear with a list of available languages for interpretation. You can select your preferred language from the list by clicking on it. Please note, we're only translating to Spanish for this meeting. Tenga en cuenta que estamos proporcionando servicios de interpretación en español, tanto en persona como en línea para esta junta. Si se está uniendo a nosotros a través de Zoom, localice la barra de herramientas en la parte abajo de la ventana de Zoom. Busque el botón de interpretación que puede aparecer como un icono de globo. Haga clic en el botón interpretación para acceder a las opciones de interpretación de idiomas. Aparecerá una ventana emergente con una lista de idiomas disponibles para la interpretación. Puede seleccionar su idioma preferido de la lista haciendo clic en el icono. Por favor, noten, ahorita vamos a tener interpretación en una hora. Va a llegar para la interpretación en español en una hora. For those joining the webinar online via Zoom or by phone, please note that your microphone is automatically muted when you join. In order to minimize the risk of background noise, you will not be able to unmute your phone yourself. For those joining online via Zoom, please note that the webinar platform doesn't enable video for the attendees, so we will not be able to see you. If you need technical assistance during the meeting or have a question about the meeting process, there are a few ways to contact us. If you're using the online Zoom webinar, the best way is by using the Q&A function. Several members of the racial equity team are monitoring the Zoom Q&A function to facilitate public access to the council meeting and may remove disruptive or threatening content. If you plan to make an in-person public comment, you must fill out a comment card provided at the table near the back of the room. Please fill out the public comment card to indicate your name, which item you would like to comment, and your organization you're associated with. Each speaker will have a maximum of 2 minutes to make their remarks. Speakers requiring or using translation services are allotted 4 minutes to facilitate full participation. A timer will be screen shared. Please monitor the timer and wrap up your remarks accordingly. Whether you are online or on the phone, you will be notified when your time is up. After that, we will mute your microphone. You do not need to take any additional action once we mute your microphone. Thank you for your participation. I will hand it back to you, Chair.
All right, thank you. We have a full agenda for today, and we have hard copies of the agenda and other relevant meeting materials available in the room. Materials are also available online at racialequity.opr.ca.gov. And we're going to have Dr. Estes provide a brief overview of the agenda. But before we do, I want to just encourage all of the commissioners to speak directly into the microphones, because we have an audience that is both in person and audience that's virtual. And then also for those who are in the room, the side conversation does get picked up on the mics. And so it will make it harder for those who are here, are listening virtually to attend. So we want to make sure that we're being thoughtful about that. Dr. Estes?
Thank you, Chair. Next slide, please. We have a very, very full agenda, and we're just so thankful to have each and every one of you here today for our full day with you. In about 15 minutes, we will have a conversation and learn more about affirmative action laws and Proposition 209 in the state of California from Dr. Erwin Chemerinsky of the UC Berkeley Law School and Lisa Holder, president of the Equal Justice Society. We will then do some consent calendar approval items of our previous minutes, as well as a bylaw, adoption of bylaws or amendments to bylaws. We will have an action item around the approval of standing and ad hoc committees. We will take a break and then go into more discussion and workshopping on the development of an aim statement, a review of our asset analysis and provide an update related to that. We'll then break for lunch and have then a community forum in the afternoon, where we will have some one-on-one conversations with Ms. Dolores Huerta and then go into a panel discussion with community-based organizations and other leaders in the community, in the Central Valley community, on their work around racial equity. Wrapping up our day late in the afternoon, we will then have a more interactive conversation with each of you in exploring what are the priorities that support racial equity in the community. And so that we're looking forward to having more of an engaging time with you all this afternoon. With that, I will turn it back over to the chair.
All right, thank you, Dr. Estes. So we will be joined throughout the day by several distinguished guests. We have a number of them who are in the room, and so we do want to take a moment for them to be able to provide brief remarks. We should have a representative from Senator Melissa Hurtado's office. Or should I say that as a question? Okay, maybe coming a little bit later. And we met Claribel Gutierrez from Dr. Baines, Assemblywoman Baines' office. All right. Thank you for being here. Chairman Escobedo of the Tejon Indian Tribe. Okay. Chairman Gomez from Tabatelado Tribe. And Chairman Garfield from the Tule River Indian Tribe. All right. And so we would like to provide you with a moment to make any comments you'd like to make. Thank you for being here.
I'm going to need more than a moment.
You can have as much time as you want.
No. Thank you very much for inviting me, and it's an honor to be here. Ma, Yewan Robert Gomez E. Timiwaal, Tebatelabal, Palagaywan up in the Kern River Valley. I want to say to the creator, Panatal, they call him Panatal. Tell him, Kima e Panatal, Kima e, yo yang hanil, yo iki tuim bitam, yo ikoim. Alawat Inyana, alawat English. Obawakan, yo yang hanil. Give us strength to go on. Tutudal. Thank you. But it's an honor to be here. Spoke a little bit about our language. Yes, the Katanamet, Tabalabal shared this land, but bear in mind, land acknowledgement is kind of a dubious thing in Indian country. And the reason why is because 99% of the land we no longer have. The Great White Father has not been very kind to us, but we enjoy the land still. We want to take care of it. Recently, our tribe in the Kern River Valley, and I'll never forget this day as long as I live, August the 31st of 2023, we were granted 1,241 acres back to the tribe. We have the trust deed. We are enjoying the land. It fits right in with our vision as far as conservation easement. We're doing a lot of things that we like to do with the land. That is our land, and I'll never remember that day. An elder came to me and told me, Robert, thank you so much. I am home. I don't have to go home anymore. This is my home. And that made me feel good. That made me motivated to do more for our tribe. So thank you very much for having me here. And hopefully we will learn a lot together. Thank you.
We would also like to acknowledge Norma Rojas, who is a college representative with Kern Community College District. Are there any tribal leaders in the room who would like to address us?
Hi, good morning. My name is Angel Galvez. It's really good to see some familiar faces here. Commissioners, thank you for coming to the Central Valley and hosting this meeting and having many of our people who are born and raised here. I am the CEO of the Bakersfield American Indian Health Project. We serve predominantly the Native American people that reside here in the county of Kern. I wouldn't say that I'm a tribal leader, but I would say that I'm a conduit for many of the people that we serve, our people. It's very diverse. It's over 220 tribal nations representative of the diversity that exists here in the county of Kern. And we have about 168,000 indigenous people who identify as indigenous that also reside here in this county. So it's a great pleasure to be here when we think of health equity and we think of the inequalities and reducing or eliminating those health disparities. For us, that's something that we are at the forefront. Our clinic really leverages all of our partners in a good way to be able to bring these services to our people. In our language, we use the word ishka, ishana, and that is to serve. We serve those who are here before us, and we serve those who are here after us, and that we leave that legacy for the generations to come. And so that's part of our model. That's part of our vision. And thank you again for allowing us this space to be able to speak. I look forward to learning a lot and also doing our part in being a good voice for those who cannot be here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenos dias.
Yeah.
My name is Norma Rojas Mora, and I'm here on behalf of Bakersfield College to welcome you to our Delano Center. Welcome on behalf of Dr. Stephen Bloomberg and Dr. Jerry Flagler, who are our new chancellor and new president, who have been on the job less than 3 weeks. So
Wow.
again, they apologize for not being here. A lot of changes within our system. However, I just wanted again to share with you that you're our Delano Center. Many of our rural communities have a less than 2% bachelor's attainment rate. So this is our response to educational equity, and it is developing centers in our rural communities so that people can access a college education in their backyard, and ensuring that we also offer not just associate's degrees, but bachelor's degree at the community college level so that it is affordable and accessible. I would also like to end by letting you know that we are in the midst of building another campus center on the south side of town in one of our rural communities, which is Arvin, California. And that center will be opening for classes in the fall. So again, we welcome you and offer our Arvin campus for a future Equity Commission meeting. And we welcome you to Kern County. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any elected officials or other leaders in the room today that we did not formally recognize? Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I was going to go get my little paper to be proper. I'm Veronica Vasquez, and I'm on the Delano City Council. Thank you so much for being here.
All right. Thank you for being here. Okay. Well, we thank these leaders for making the time to be here today, either themselves or through their staff. We're appreciative of their support of this meeting of the Racial Equity Commission. As we move the work of the commission forward, we understand that we will achieve the greatest impact by working alongside those who are committed to advancing racial equity in the state of California, and we are hopeful for all that we can accomplish together. And I did just want to do one more reminder about side conversation, both for the commission and for folks attending. We want to make sure that folks online can hear clearly. All right. So we will now take any public comments related to agenda item number 1, which is the welcome.
There are no virtual public comments or in-person public comments.
Okay. The public comment period is over for this item, and so we'll now move forward. We're joined here today by 2 legal scholars to provide an overview of Proposition 209 and affirmative action and its potential implications for the Racial Equity Commission's charge to develop a racial equity framework. We will hear from Erwin Chemerinsky, who is the Dean of the UC Berkeley Law, and Lisa Holder, who's President of Equal Justice Society. Thank you both for joining us today virtually. We have a short window of availability to hear from Dean Chemerinsky, so we'll start with the Dean and then go to Lisa Holder, and end this agenda item with public comment. Dean Chemerinsky, it's over to you.
Doesn't look like the dean is on quite yet, so we have a few moments.
Okay.
Do you want to take on your consent agenda item? If we can do it in
Okay, we'll do that one then.
6 minutes.
Yeah. We will now take up the consent calendar. Let's get that moved forward so folks can see it. Thank you. Before we can call a motion, is there any public comment related to this agenda item, approval of the consent calendar? Is there anything online?
This is item 2, correct? Or
This-
item 3?
Item 3.
No public comments in person or online for this agenda item, for agenda item 3.
Okay. Is there any questions from the commission? Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I just have a suggested technical amendment to the minutes that are up for approval.
Okay.
Just a technical edit to change the date from 2022 to 2024 in the subheader. Thank you.
All right. I think we can accept that as editorial. Any other? Yes, go ahead.
Would this be the right moment to make any comment about the revised bylaws?
Yes.
Okay, so one question and potential proposed amendment would be on the new language around standing committees. The question I have is whether or not the committees themselves will have an opportunity to revise or improve the charters for these committees. Because I already do see a way that we can improve the Budget Equity Committee charter, or at least the language that's there. So wanted to just kind of get clarification on that.
Turn over to the Dr. Estes.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Kim, what I would recommend is we bringing the committees together upon approval and establishment of the committee so that the committees could then workshop a little bit more clarity as to what their charge will be, and then we can decide whether that needs to be brought back for a bylaw amendment.
That makes sense as a process. Just for the record, then, in terms of the standing committee section 2C under Budget Equity Committee, the language there really is a solid start. It does talk about best practices and strategies, mostly just for the analysis around budget allocations, and there's not a lot of language around actually beyond analysis, recommendations about how to improve budget allocations in terms of benefit or burden to communities of color. So my hope is that at some point we could adjust the language from just beyond analysis to actual recommendations for improvement.
I'll note that, and then we can convene as committees and ensure that that's integrated appropriately.
Questions from our other commissioners? Okay. I think we do need a motion. Oh, yes.
So I would just echo that for the data committee too, that probably the issue of impacts and not just analysis will probably surface in the context of the committee developing its charge. So.
Noted. Thank you. Okay, may I have a motion and second to approve the consent calendar?
Move to approve.
So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All right, Augustine, let's take a roll call vote.
Commissioner Hedrick,
Aye.
Commissioner Kim,
Aye.
Commissioner Maldonado,
Aye.
Commissioner Matthews,
Aye.
Commissioner Onadera,
Aye.
Commissioner Pastor,
Aye.
Commissioner Richardson,
Aye.
Commissioner Salas,
Aye.
Commissioner Bowles,
Aye.
Vice Chair Wright,
Aye.
Chair Wood.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, the motion is passed. Is Dean Chemerinsky here? All right, thank you so much, Dean, for joining us. This is the California Racial Equity Commission. And the floor is yours once you've had a chance to be enabled. You're making you co-host right now. Okay, we can't hear you yet. Let's make sure that the microphone is enabled. Can you hear us? All right. Yes. Do we have a local audio? All right. Just give us a moment, Dean Chemerinsky. We're fixing some things on our end. Dean Chemerinsky, can you try again? No. One more time.
Can you hear me?
Yes. There we go.
Oh, good.
Wonderful.
Thank
You,
you.
your voice filled the room.
Thank you. Well, I want to do anything I can to be helpful for you. What I thought I was going to do was talk about Proposition 209 and affirmative action. And what I've said throughout this process is that I think that Prop 209 and affirmative action make race-based reparations likely unconstitutional, that reparations are much more likely to be upheld if they're based on non-race characteristics, such as legacy-based. Is that still what you'd like me to talk about?
Yes, please. And in general, the work of the commission is one where obviously we're dealing with issues of race and racism, and we're talking about that openly and directly, and have been charged with the state with coming up with a framework for racial equity. And so part of our navigation around this issue is of course, acknowledging that California has Proposition 209 in place, and so therefore there are certain guardrails that we have to keep in mind as a commission.
Let me try to address what you've asked, but then I'm glad to take questions and be of help to you in any way I can.
Okay.
You're of course right that there's both Prop 209 and affirmative action in any state law, for that matter, any state constitutional provision has to meet equal protection under the United States Constitution, and anything that's done by the state legislature or by any city or by county has to meet Prop 209 as well. So in California, there really are two hurdles. Prop 209 goes even further than the United States Constitution. It says that the state and all parts of government in California cannot discriminate or give preference based on race or sex in education, contracting, or employment. The California courts have interpreted this broadly. I think one of the most important cases that show the breadth of the interpretation is a case from 2000, the High Voltage Wireworks versus City of San Jose. And that involved whether targeted outreach and recruitment on the basis of race violates Proposition 209. And an opinion by Justice Janice Rogers Brown did. Now, there aren't cases that have extended that or applied that, but I think it does show the extent to which Prop 209 is seen as a very strict prohibition. I know someone else is talking. Is that a problem for you?
I can't hear anyone else talking. Do we know if it's someone who's online? Are all our folks online muted? Yeah.
I'll just keep going, and
Yes.
if for some reason you can't hear me, just let me know. So that's Prop 209, and what it basically says is that there cannot be any discrimination or preference based on race. The equal protection law has changed much more. Initially, the Supreme Court was much more permissive with regard to race-based affirmative action. So in 1978, in Regents University of California versus Bakke, 5 justices said that college universities could use race as a factor in admissions decisions to benefit minorities to enhance diversity. California limited that in Prop 209, but the US Supreme Court, as a matter of federal equal protection law, continued to follow it. In 2003, in Grutter versus Bollinger, the court reaffirmed it. In 2016, in Fisher versus Texas Austin, the court reaffirmed it. But on June 29th, 2023, in Students for Fair Admission versus President Fellows of Harvard College, the Supreme Court made clear that it was effectively overruling those precedents, that under equal protection, no longer can colleges and universities use race as a factor in admissions to benefit minorities. Maybe where I can be useful is talk about under equal protection, when can there be race used to benefit minorities or remedy past discrimination? The Supreme Court has considered 3 justifications for race-based programs under equal protection. One is remedying past discrimination. And the Supreme Court has been explicit that there cannot be race-based programs to benefit minorities to remedy the general history of past discrimination. There was a case, Wygant versus Jackson Board of Education. The Jackson, Michigan school system had recently hired a number of Black teachers when it needed to have layoffs. They decided to fire white teachers with more seniority. And their argument in part was there's a long history of race discrimination, and they were trying to remedy that. The Supreme Court declared that unconstitutional. The Supreme Court said there cannot be affirmative action justified to remedy past history of discrimination. Now, if it can be proven that a specific government entity discriminated, or if that matter, a specific private entity discriminated, as a remedy for that discrimination, there could be a race-based program, but that's required. Another example, case called United States versus Paradise from 1986. A federal court in Alabama found the Alabama State Police engaged in intentional race discrimination in hiring and promotion. It was ordered that every time a white individual was hired or promoted, a black individual hired or promoted, to the effects of the discrimination were alleviated. The Supreme Court allowed that, saying it was a remedy for clearly proven past discrimination. So if there is a program in California, a government entity, for that matter, it could be a private employer or contractor that's shown to discriminate, there can be a remedy imposed against it. But the United States Supreme Court won't allow under equal protection, saying, given the history of race discrimination since the founding of the country, we're going to have a race-based program to benefit minorities. A second justification that's been offered for race-based programs has been diversity. And this is where the law changed, where for 45 years, the court had allowed diversity as a justification, at least with regard to higher education. And the Harvard College case in June of 2023 rejects that. A third justification that's been offered for race-based programs is providing role models. This was raised in the Wygant case I mentioned, where it is a predominantly Black student population. They said it's important to have Black teachers as role models. And the Supreme Court rejected role models as a sufficient basis for affirmative action. If you put together Proposition 209 and the current law of equal protection, any race-based program, any race-based law is unlikely to survive except in the narrowest circumstances. To be clear here, I am the messenger. I in no way defend what the Supreme Court has done, but you brought me here, I think, to talk about what the law is, not what the law should be. That's why when I spoke to the reparations task force, I said that I think if reparations were structured in a race-based way, I think they're unlikely to be upheld by the court, given this court's approach to race-based programs. And so if it were, for example, to say every Black individual who's been part of a family in the country for a certain period of time is entitled to some benefit, I think the odds are overwhelming that that would be struck down. On the other hand, if it were phrased in a race-neutral way, I think it is much more likely to have held. So for reparations, I've said, if it's legacy-based, if it provides a benefit to those who could show they were descended from enslaved persons, that's not race-based, it would certainly overwhelmingly benefit those of African descent, but there were non-African individuals who were enslaved, and thus it would be non-race based. I recognize the difficulty of proving that somebody is descended from enslaved persons because of lack of records and the like. But again, focusing on what the law is right now, race-based programs are unlikely to succeed. Non-race-based programs are far more likely to be upheld by the courts. I can elaborate on any of this, but I'm also glad to take questions. Tell me how I can be most useful to you.
I think that's a great overview. I think it'd be good if the commissioners had time to ask questions that they feel may come up as part of the work.
Now
of the
I worry whether
commission.
you're still hearing me.
Yeah, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Does anyone hear what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay.
There's no
How can I
live
be
video.
of help to you?
Okay, I think it would be best if the commissioners could ask questions and maybe you can respond to those questions that they might also have.
That would be wonderful.
Okay. Who would like to go first? Just go ahead and jump in.
So, no, thank you so much. This has been very helpful. Um, what recommendations do you have for local municipalities in this space? What I mean is, it's probably difficult to make a connection to legacy-based um, impact, or to even look at remedies for past discrimination for a city or a county versus, say, the state. Obviously, our mandate is to look at a statewide framework, but I'm also thinking about potential opportunities. Do you have any recommendations for local municipalities or entities on that front?
Yes, and it goes to what I was trying to say. Whatever you do, find a way to present it where it's not giving a benefit to people solely on the basis of their race. I think it is very unlikely that a benefit solely based on race could meet Prop 209 or be upheld by the Supreme Court under equal protection. Maybe it could be a benefit based on socioeconomic status, people who have incomes below a certain level, or people who come from families that have received certain kinds of benefits. Maybe it could be, depending on the group that you want to benefit, those who have been in a particular region for a particular time. Or if it is about reparations going back to slavery for those who could show they were descended from enslaved persons. But if there's any message I hope to leave you with, is that for local governments like the state government, find a way to define a beneficiary where it isn't race-based if you want to be upheld in the courts.
Thank you.
The question that I have is on understanding sort of the limitations. Can you assess the impact of a program based on whether or not it actually, at the end of that program, it has benefit to particular individuals based on their race, socioeconomic, a whole series of factors? Can you then grade the quality of a program based on that?
Emphatically, yes. You can always look to see the effect of a program with regard to race or sex or socioeconomic status or anything else you want to do. There's nothing at all that prevents assessing a program on the basis. Prop 209 says you can't discriminate or give preference based on race. Equal protection means you can't discriminate against somebody based on race. But can you assess programs in that way? Absolutely. And there's times when you must do so. So for example, Title VII of the 1964 Civil Rights Act prohibits employment discrimination based on race, sex, and religion. Discriminatory impact is enough to prove a violation. So as you assess employment policies, you want to see, do you have an employment policy that is a discriminatory effect against a racial group or on the basis of sex? So you can always assess on that basis. Nothing in the law stops you from doing that.
Can you just, I don't know if you can hear me. Squinicoy, Virginia Hedrick, Commissioner. Can you discuss a little about the political status of American Indians and Alaska Natives who are members of federally recognized tribes and sort of the implications of that, with particular attention to the recent Supreme Court decision in upholding the Indian Child Welfare Act and affirming
Sure.
that that was not a race-based law?
Yes, I can address it. And what's most important is to start where you finished the question. The case was Helen versus Burkeen, and it was decided last June. And the Supreme Court did not resolve the issue of whether or not being an enrolled tribal member is a political status or whether or not it's a racial classification. The court left that issue open, having said that there wasn't standing to raise it. Now let me address your more general question. It is unresolved by the Supreme Court whether being an enrolled tribal member should be regarded as a political status or whether it's a racial classification. The Office of the General Counsel of the University of California has taken the position that it is a political status not a racial classification. So the University of California can, Berkeley Law School does, give scholarships to those who are enrolled tribal members. Because it's a political status, it isn't treated the same under the law as a racial classification. If it were a racial classification, the Supreme Court would likely disapprove it. The Burkine case, as you say, involved the Indian Child Welfare Act, which says that preference should be given in placing children for adoption or foster care to Native American families. The lower court struck it down on several grounds about scope of Congress's power and whether it was impermissibly imposing burdens on the state. The United States Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit split 8-8 on the question of whether this should be regarded as a racial preference or as a preference based on political status. The former almost certainly unconstitutional, the latter almost certainly constitutional. And then the court, in Justice Barrett's opinion, said they weren't deciding that issue. Justice Kavanaugh wrote a concurring opinion saying he believes it's a racial status. Justice Gorsuch wrote an opinion concurring the judgment, joined by Justices Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson, saying that they thought it was a political status. The issue is being much litigated now. It'll come back to the Supreme Court. Ultimately, it will depend on, is there another vote to join Gorsuch, Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson to say it's a political status? But it matters enormously. If it is a political status, as the General Counsel of the University of California says, then we can continue to give full scholarships to those who are enrolled tribal members. If it is a racial classification, when the Supreme Court decides this, then no longer will be able to do it. But the bottom line I leave you with is that the Supreme Court explicitly did not decide that question.
Commissioner Richardson, then Pastor.
Back to the issue of impact or assessing the effect of a program on race, are there any limitations on the collection of race data? For example, making it mandatory versus voluntary?
And that's, for example, when students are asked to identify or employees are asked to identify their racial status. Do I understand the question right?
You do.
And the answer is you may do that. You may say you must answer. You may say you may answer. Reason under the law that's so is, to go back to what I said earlier, 209 says you can't discriminate or give preference. Asking for information isn't discriminating or giving preference. Equal protection is involved only when some are treated differently from others. Asking for information isn't discriminating against anybody. So we are required for accreditation to report the racial composition of our students. Now, if a student doesn't answer, we don't penalize them. We can't force them to answer, but we ask our students, not for purpose of admission decisions, but for purpose of reporting to the accreditor what the racial composition of the school is.
Pastor.
So it's a great honor to be in the same virtual room as Dean Chermaninsky. People know his history and his courage in so many things. It's an honor to be with you. I wanted to restate something you said to make sure I get it right and then ask a question. I think what you told us is that if we have several different policies, we could grade them on whether or not they're closing the racial wealth gap or the racial income gap or opportunity gap, as long as race is not an explicit part of the policy per se. But we could talk about a preferred policy amongst a set. So I want to make sure I got that right. And then the second is the California Reparations Commission. One of the really great things about that report is that it points to the history of discrimination and asset stripping well beyond slavery. For example, about redlining, et cetera. So are there ways to bring that into the equation if it can't actually be specifically proved about neighborhoods or individuals who faced mortgage discrimination and other kinds of residential discrimination?
The first part of the question was a bit garbled, and so I wasn't, in terms of, I wasn't able to hear it very clearly. let me make sure I understood the question. If I understood what you were saying right is, can programs be assessed based on racial impact? If that's the question, the answer is yes, because what you can't do is give preference in decisions, can't discriminate in decisions, but you can always look to see the effects and impact. And if I didn't understand the first part of the question, let me know. Is it the second part of the question? The key is, if there is a proven illegal act, there can be a remedy for that illegal act. So if it could be shown that there was redlining in a particular area, there could be a remedy with regard to the redlining. It would have to be housing based. You couldn't say, we're going to give more food aid because people suffered from redlining. You can't say we're going to give general amounts of reparations because of redlining. What the Supreme Court has said is, if there is a violation, the remedy has to be tied to the violation. Have I answered your two questions?
You did that perfectly, and I'm sorry that the mic doesn't quite work.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Kim?
Good morning, Dean Chemerinsky. This is John Kim. Thank you again for your time. So we have the unique or specific challenge here in California to jump through two legal and narrow hoops: the equal protection at the federal level and 209 at the state level. In terms of the justification of the three that you listed, remedying past discriminations, I guess I'm wondering about sort of how to understand the limitations around that. So is there a statute of limitation? Is there a need to prove intent? What is the burden for us to be able to show this past discrimination? For example, the RIPA board, a state board, again published earlier this year, the massive racial disparities when it comes to police stops, traffic stops that continue to happen in California. So we can show and have data of the disparate impacts. Taking action in regards to that disparity within a non-race-based way, maybe geographically, may get us to the 209 hurdle. But in terms of past discrimination or current discrimination, is that sufficient to show the data disparity in terms of traffic stops?
Great question. Let me start with being clearer as to the difference between 209 and the Constitution, and then use it to answer your question. Under equal protection, there can be race discrimination or race-based programs if the government meets, is what all the lawyers there know is called strict scrutiny. The government action has to be necessary to achieve a compelling purpose. And previously, the Supreme Court said using diversity was a compelling purpose in the classroom. The Harvard College case overruled that. But under the Constitution, there is at least the possibility, if you can prove a compelling need and no other way to achieve it, to be able to have race classification. Prop 209 is categorical. It says there cannot be preference or discrimination based on race, period, in education, contracting, and employment. There isn't in the law a clear answer to your question. The more the remedy is to somebody who's proven to violate the Constitution, the more likely it is to be upheld. The more it goes to the victims of that, the more likely it is to be upheld. But there are instances where courts have said, once it's proven that an employer is discriminated, we know that people never even applied because of it. So the remedy has to go not just to those who applied and didn't get the job, but more generally. So my advice would be, the more the remedy is against somebody who's proven to violate the Constitution, the more the remedy is targeted to solving that. And if possible, the more it goes to those who are the victims, the better. So if you can prove that a police department discriminated in hiring based on race, then a remedy against that police department is surely going to be upheld. But a remedy against a different police department can't be based on that. Basically, it's the greater the congruence between the constitutional violation and the remedy, the more likely it is a court will uphold it. But I don't think that any lawyer can give you more than that because there aren't criteria, there's no litmus test that's been articulated.
Right. Thank you.
Commissioner Maldonado.
Thank you, Chair. Dean, what is the best way that we should use racial and ethnic demographic data in creating policy recommendations as to avoid preferential or discriminatory policies? What's the best way to use the data, racial and ethnic demographic data?
It's a great question. There's no problem with using the data. The problem becomes only if the law or the regulation gives a preference to some over others based on race. So to answer your question at the general level, I think you can use the data to inform the policy, but then have the policy phrased as much as possible in a race neutral way. So one of the issues being litigated now is, can you use zip codes to decide who to give benefit to? Because zip codes are race neutral, but it's using demographic. So there's a school system that decides who to get into the magnet school based on zip codes. Well, we know because of housing discrimination, residential neighborhoods are often segregated. So it's using the demographic data, but in formulating a policy that's facially race neutral. Another example, Texas has adopted a plan where we take the top, now it's 5%, it used to be 10%, of all the public schools in the state. That uses the demographic data into a policy that on its face just says nothing about race. We'll take the top 5% of all of the public high schools in the state, but demographics show that it achieves diversity. The Supreme Court just in February denied review in a case coming out of Virginia where there was a prestigious public high school, and it took the top 2.5% from all the middle schools in the area. And it was done to achieve racial diversity. And it was upheld by the Federal Court of Appeals, and the Supreme Court denied review. Notice they used the demographic data to formulate a policy that said nothing about race, top 2.5%, but yielded the racial benefit that they wanted.
Thank you, Dean Chemerinsky. I know that you have a hard stop at 10, so do you have time for one last question?
Of course.
Okay. Any commissioners? Commissioner Salas?
So one more question around retroactivity. So we have many laws that we've had in the books that have later been found to be discriminatory and have been actually removed, or the law has changed. Can you look before the law was changed, what the impact on those individuals were? So the law was or policy was found to be harmful to individuals. Our legislature at the municipal, state, or even federal level have then gone on to change those laws. Can we look at what that impact was on the individuals when those laws existed?
Yes, you certainly can look at what a law did in terms of the racially disparate impact or any other harms, and you can craft a remedy that goes to that law. This goes to what I said to a prior question. You're looking at the specific violation, the law that was unconstitutional, and you're providing a remedy to those who were hurt by that law. That would be permissible as an example of what I was talking about earlier. I apologize that I do have to go, but I'm available in the future. I just want to be a resource to you. Anything I can do to be useful, please don't hesitate to reach out to me.
Thank you so much for coming. We truly appreciate your time.
My pleasure.
And now we'd like to hear from Lisa Holder, who is the president of Equal Justice Society, on Proposition 209 and affirmative action.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's a pleasure to be here. So I will start off with some comments, but I would love to keep this conversational. I know in my time on the Reparations Task Force, when I was doing these types of meetings and hearings, when we heard from experts, what was most helpful to me was to have a conversation. So I will do the talking head stuff for a little bit, and then let's open it up as quickly as possible to questions. I will start off by saying that if diversity, equity, and inclusion were a person, an individual, I think it would say to you in this moment, news of my demise has been greatly exaggerated. And I say that because of what's going on in response to the Supreme Court SFFA versus UNC and Harvard case. Many corporations, for instance, have completely rolled back or eliminated or gone dormant with their DEI programs. Many of those programs were set up in response in 2020 to the murder of Mr. George Floyd. And they were going full steam ahead. And then they were brought to a halt after the Harvard UNC case. And it's really important to observe what is going on in these corporations and pull back from that narrative and from that trend, because the UNC Harvard case was actually very limited in terms of its conclusion that diversity, equity, inclusion did not constitute a compelling interest for purposes of education under the federal law, right? But we have many of these corporations now pulling back their DEI programs in response to that case, but they are not educational institutions. And so you really have to underscore the fact that DEI approaches have been limited by the federal constitution in the context of educational institutions, and not broaden that footprint just yet. Now, that's really from the national landscape. We here in California are dealing with Proposition 209. And so at a state, from the state perspective, we know that there are many regulations and prohibitions on affirmative action programs and some equity programs that are race conscious, specifically race conscious, when it comes to education, public contracting, and public employment and hiring. So those are the three areas where you have to be very careful in the state of California when you are preparing policy that is related to affirmative action or DEI, or that is specifically race conscious. I have prepared a document, because this can get this process of evaluating DEI programs can get a little bit tricky and confusing. It's very iterative. So I prepared a diagram. I call it a race conscious remedies cake recipe, to help people visualize how to move forward with doing race conscious remedial programs, and when they really do need to pull back and go race neutral. Whoever put that up, thank you very much. So I'm going to just go through that diagram, and then I will entertain questions generally. So on the top, we have Prop 209 and federal equal protection. Again, Prop 209 regulates public education, employment, and contracting, race-conscious remedies in those areas. And federal equal protection has become more stringent with respect to DEI programs and race-conscious remedies in the education sphere. So DEI in and of itself cannot be a basis for race-conscious remedies in education under the federal approach. Specifically, I differ in my analysis than Dean Chemerinsky on Prop 209, because although Prop 209 is extremely prescriptive and extremely stringent, I do believe that there are exceptions, even in the regulated spheres of public education, employment, and contracting. There are cases in California where you can use race-conscious remedies in public education, employment, and contracting, even with Prop 209's prescriptions. However, you have to be able to show that your race-conscious remedies are compelled by federal law. So, for instance, in Title IX, if we don't do something, you can use Title IX as a analog, for instance. You say there are certain things that you have to do under Title IX, otherwise you can get sued in the state of California, right? And so you would put federal dollars that the state of California receives to creating more equity consistent with Title IX. So if something is compelled by federal law, you may be able to get around Prop 209's prohibitions by saying, look, if we don't combat the racial discrimination that we are seeing in this specific sector, we will be in violation of federal laws, maybe federal laws under the Equal Employment Opportunity, for instance. So that's one really critical exception. It is extremely narrow. There's an extremely fine line, but it is an exception under Prop 209. The other exception that I have seen from analyzing the most recent cases that were brought under Prop 209 is that you can also bring race-conscious programming in the prohibited areas if you can show very recent intentional discrimination in a sector. It has to be very recent, right? So for instance, if a department, if a state department has been discriminating people in employment or in recruitment, and you want to combat that or remediate that recent discrimination, you can create a race-conscious programming within that institution to combat the discrimination that recently occurred. I point you to the Croson line of cases. Give me one second. I want to give you a specific site for Croson because it is a really critical case in the contracting. Well, I'll get I don't want to take up too much time, but I will. Oh yeah, so City of Richmond v. J.A. Croson, 488 U.S. 469, 1989. It's a really critical case for people to understand when they're doing DEI work, and how you can continue to do your DEI work in a way that is sometimes race conscious. You just have to bring the goods. You have to have the evidence, right? And so Croson really outlines the methodology that you need to use to show that there is a need for a race-conscious remedy to ongoing and past racially discriminatory violations. And so one thing that is critical if you're going to do race-conscious program is to have a very, very strict methodology where you are doing a lot of research. You're doing essentially a disparity analysis to show that there's patterns of past discrimination and continuing patterns of race discrimination that your legislation or your regulation is trying to combat. You do that with both statistical and pattern evidence. So data, people were asking Dean Chemerinsky about data collection. Data is critical if you're going to be bringing race-conscious programming. Really crunching data to show statistical patterns of disparate impact and disparity. The other thing that's also critical and often underestimated and undervalued is anecdotal evidence. So collecting evidence from the community through focus groups, through other research tools, collecting anecdotal evidence from the community that shows, individuals in the community that shows that discrimination is ongoing and people are still experiencing patterns of discrimination. The other thing that is also underestimated or completely under the radar is that when you are trying to show that intentional discrimination is continuing, under our Constitution and federal laws and state laws, you can leverage implicit bias evidence. So, even though the discrimination has to be quote unquote intentional, implicit bias evidence is one tool. It's one bucket to help to show patterns of intentional discrimination, right? So you can collect information, anecdotal evidence about microaggressions in the workplace and leverage that as a basis for doing race-conscious remedies. And finally, again, the discrimination does need to be recent under this Crocent line of cases, but you can also rely almost thematically on historical discrimination. And your methodology, a best practice for this methodology is to also be able to prove that you have taken good faith measures to try and use race neutral alternatives before you went full on with race conscious remedies. In this recipe, in this cake I've given you, there are examples where local and municipal governments are doing race conscious programs using this type of stringent methodology and disciplined methodology. So Oakland, Stockton, San Francisco, Hayward. And I have written a memo that I will give to you that is more explicit about what programs these municipalities are doing that are race conscious using a very strict methodology. I also want you to point to resources that you can use to help you with data collection for any kind of disparity analysis that you want to use as a foundation for any race conscious programming you're doing. Of course, I will reference you to the California Reparations Task Force report, which is an 1,100-page tome about the history of race discrimination in California and beyond. But I was on the task force, and we used a very, very disciplined methodology in terms of collecting a tremendous amount of data and evidence for all of the race-conscious remedies that we proposed should be enacted into legislation. And I'm happy to talk to you more specifically in a question and answer session about what our methodology looked like. But I will tell you that we spoke to well over 100 experts in every sector. We interviewed in some way, shape, or form, or collected evidence through public comment, and of thousands of Black Californians. So we use various research tools, public comment, listening sessions to collect that type of anecdotal evidence. And so we have anecdotal evidence in abundance as a foundation for all of the race-conscious remedies that we proposed. So the Reparations Task Force report, which delivers race-conscious remedies in every single sector, every single walk of life, is a good resource for you to use to help gather data and to also begin to understand this very stringent methodology that's critical. There's also other resources that I have articulated in this race-conscious remedies case. Okay. Quickly, what I will say is that if you decide to use race-conscious remedies, as part of the DEI work that your department is doing, do it. Don't walk it back midway. And one thing that you should definitely do is bring in equal protection experts to consult with your general counsel or your legislative counsel or whichever in-house counsel you utilize for work that has legal implications. You should make sure that you're actually bringing in practitioners and subject matter experts to work in conjunction with that legal counsel. And I say that because general counsel in-house tends to be extremely conservative when they are analyzing the viability of DEI and race-conscious programs. Whereas people who are practitioners, who are actually litigating 14th Amendment cases, may tend to be a little bit more innovative, creative, and agile in their analysis, and may see that there's actually leeway for you to do this kind of DEI program. So you need to sort of balance. You need to balance out the conservatism of general counsel with the innovative approaches that practitioners are using. And as I said, don't walk back your policy midway if you have the goods, if you have the evidence that is required under the Croson line of cases to meet any sort of strict scrutiny, then don't walk it back in the middle. And I say that specifically because there are programs that the government of California has undertaken and committed to, and committed to doing them from using a DEI lens or a race-conscious lens. But then, because of the changing circumstances with different cases coming out, they sort of walk that back. And then midway, they make the program, they implement the program in a way that is really not, that's not sort of truthful to the spirit in which the program was initially, the DEI spirit that really motivated the program to begin with. And I can talk to you about more specific examples of that as well. I've also outlined here the groups that have been targeting California race conscious programs, so that you can just be aware of these groups, that these are groups that many of them are interlopers, not even necessarily based in California, but they are watching California carefully because they know that, as California goes, so goes the nation, and that we advance progressive laws and progressive legislation here. And so they really try and stymie that by bringing lawsuits against race-conscious legislation in California. And so these are the folks to watch because if there's going to be a lawsuit, it's likely to be funded or initiated by these groups. And so you need to really understand their methodology, the cases that they're bringing, and to have just a basic understanding of their argumentation, just right from the get-go, so that you can be thinking about legal defenses and make sure that your policies are informed by strategic thinking around what the opposition is going to say. Finally, I'm just going to quickly put in a plug for some race-neutral alternatives that really sort of that really keep you out of choppy waters to begin with. I heard Dean Chemerinsky talking about this as well. There are many race-neutral alternatives that can still have the impact that you want them to have, that can still really lift up groups that have been historically more marginalized, even though they are presented in a way that is race neutral. And so you can use all kinds of proxies, zip codes, socioeconomic status, disability, disability/race intersectionality and gender intersectionality. Those are proxies in many cases for race that will still get you the type of benefits that you want to see in terms of lifting up people who have been marginalized. You can create race-neutral programs that are focused on foster youth, right? Things like that, and that can distribute resources to the groups that you really feel need those resources most. The other thing to remember about race-neutral alternatives, why it's really important to sometimes start off with race-neutral, is because under the Croson line of cases that I outlined for you, you want to be able to show that you had a good faith consideration of race neutral alternatives. So if you start off by implementing race neutral alternatives, and then you collect data and you see that that is not getting to the problem, that is not curing the disparity, then you can say, look, we did those race neutral alternatives. We tracked the impact and it didn't work. It was not remedial. It did not cure the discrimination. So now we're going full on race conscious. Okay, hopefully that wasn't too long and we can get to questions.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. That was very, very powerful. I'm going to ask the commissioners when they ask questions and make sure to state who you are since our guest speaker can't see us. So I'm going to actually go ahead and take the liberty going first. Hope that's cool. So this is Commissioner Wood. And so my understanding of the articulation of the Croson line is that we would need to have both data to support that there is a disparity, and then second, have tried a good faith alternative first, and then if those things don't align, then we can proceed with a race specific intervention. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. And when you say data, I'm assuming you mean statistics, right? Quantitative data as well as qualitative data. That anecdotal piece is critical as well.
So, and that data can be collected at a localized level in order to justify an intervention?
Yeah, you can depending on the intervention that you are trying to engage, you're going to want to collect data that is very specific, anecdotal evidence from people who are experiencing the harm as part of your qualitative and quantitative analysis.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners?
This is Commissioner Matthews. So I have a couple questions, but I'll just ask one first. One of the potential inequities that I see immediately, even with the cake, is it costs time and money to get that much anecdotal data. I'd love for smaller cities, rural communities, or entities to be able to have that level of energy around this topic. What do you recommend for smaller rural communities, cities, and entities that maybe don't have, quote unquote, the money to collect that much anecdotal data? Or I don't know how expensive it is to hire experts in this area either, but it costs.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Well, that's one of the reasons why at the state level, it's so important for us, for folks at the state level, to be collecting data that can be leveraged by folks at the municipal and at the local level. So it's really important to have legislation and to have statutes on the book where demographic data and disparity analyses are being conducted, so that there is essentially a clearinghouse of information that municipalities and local level advocates can go to get the data that they need to leverage to push forward some of this programming. The other recommendation that I would make to local governments and municipalities that may not have this kind of resources, this type of resource, is to work with pro bono counsel. You know, that's a tremendous resource that is underutilized. But there are firms, and some of the big law firms that will actually work with localities and municipalities to help them vet their race conscious and their DEI programs, and and help them formulate it in a way that they will be legally viable. So attach yourself to an entity or an institution, a legal institution that actually has the resources and can help you get the resources that you need to do this type of analysis.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Maldonado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, President Holder. Amazing presentation, and I just want to commend you for your work on the reparations task force, and hopefully we can also follow your model, the work that you all did. With regards to your strict methodology that you all did, was there any risk analysis or indicators that you all placed on specific policies that may be most vulnerable or likely for attack from some of these watchdog groups, just so that we can also think about risk analysis as we're prescribing recommendations?
Yeah, the areas that we were most trepidatious. I mean, we sort of acted very sort of gingerly when it came to education recommendations, public hiring, and contracting recommendations. We were very, very careful to try not to step on any 209 landmines in how we articulated many of those proposals, right? Because that's really the danger zone. But there's so much that you can do in health and housing, finance, mortgages, and so we really were as robust as possible in those areas that don't trigger 209.
So just to clarify, thank you, that was a great answer. So to clarify, the three landmines, as you put it, are public education, public contracting, and public employment. Is those the three we should kind of be most vigilant of?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I'm not saying I'm not saying avoid them altogether. Sure. I'm just saying you have to be very vigilant and disciplined once you walk into that landscape.
Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioner Salas.
First of all, thank you for your presentation. So my question is regarding periodic audits. So my experience has been that many times we don't find out that a program did not work until the very end, that it didn't have the impact. Can you have for programs for what I would say community programs, can you actually have periodic audits that actually do measure race and measure socioeconomic status, et cetera, to see if it actually will at the end get to the impact we need? And it could be on programming, resources, et cetera. Often what I've seen is you wait until the very, very end, and then you figure out that it didn't reach your intended communities. That would be my first question. And then my second question is about your methodology around measuring impact. And I'm going to ask you around the reparations framework. Did you measure mental anguish, mental health impacts of some of these policies as well? Do you have a methodology around that? Those are my two questions. Thank you.
Okay. So regarding your first question, my recommendation is that you roll out programs iteratively in phases, right? And so that you can build in auditing and quality control mechanisms at the end of each of those phases, right? So if you roll out and implement a program in 3 or 4 phases, then you don't have to wait till the end of the 4th phase to do your audit. You do an audit at the end of the first, the second, and third, and the 4th phase, right? So you're being extremely systematic when you do things iteratively in that way. And the other thing is, there are so many these days, there are a lot of quantitative experts who can really help you do sort of take the kind of fidelity measures that you need to take to ensure that you're having the type of sustainable impact that you want. So they can create tools for you to measure the fidelity and the integrity of the program that you're implementing throughout the process of implementation. One person that comes to mind is Eddie Fergus. He focuses on, creating measuring mechanisms in terms of like implicit bias training in schools, etc. Like, is this training program really working, right? Instead of doing it for 5 years and finding out that it didn't have any impact, he creates tools for measuring it iteratively over the 5 years. So Eddie Fergus is someone who comes, for instance, that Professor Eddie Fergus is someone who comes to mind as a social scientist and an expert to utilize when you want to make sure that you're engaging fidelity measures in a lengthy process. That was a long answer, but to your second point, I take it that you're basically asking whether our proposals and recommendations for legislation were informed by the mental health distress and pain and suffering that people experience because of discrimination. And I will say that, yes, our methodology did include that in subtle ways. So, for instance, we didn't necessarily quantify it expressly, but we used tools that really allowed us to get to those qualitative issues of pain and suffering and that kind of mental health harm. So we used listening sessions, for instance, where we went around the state of California and we listened to people who were experiencing anti-Black discrimination in real time, right? And that's the kind of anecdotal evidence that we were collecting and archiving and curating, so that if we are ever, attacked for bringing forth race-conscious remedies, that's part of the record so we can leverage that information about pain and suffering to show why there is a compelling interest to enact a certain race-conscious remedy.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Commissioner Pastor?
Let's hope this mic hangs on. When I heard about the idea of anecdote...
Can you introduce yourself again?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Manuel Pastor from the University of Southern California. When I heard about the question of anecdotal or qualitative evidence, what went through my mind is, this is why God invented graduate students. And one of the things I think that those of us, Chair Wood, who are involved with educational institutions might think about is how to involve students and young people in some of the activities of the commission, collecting some information within whatever boundaries are appropriate that Dr. Estes can let us know about. But it's a way to engage people. It's a way to kind of get that anecdotal or qualitative data. Our colleague, Veronica Enriquez at the Chicano Studies Research Center, for example, at UCLA, has done some really great work about involving young people in doing surveys, laying out their dreams, talking about these issues that affect them. So just something for us to think about as a data collection mechanism.
Yes.
Questions from any of the commissioners? Commissioner Kim?
Good morning, Lisa. This is John Kim, Commissioner. Good to see you. Thank you for your time. So I very much appreciate you kind of laying out the wide space that exists between the actual legal constraints, which granted those are shifting and there's various interpretations of those legal constraints, but there is a wide space between that and the political narrative that's being manufactured that is forcing, or not forcing, that is a way for corporations and maybe even public institutions to backtrack from some of their race-conscious policies. There is that wide space, and something that as a commission, we do need to be very careful about, and I appreciate your encouragement for us to lean in on that. My questions are, one is a confirmation on something you expressed earlier in response to an earlier question, that given 209 specifically, then you do agree that we have much more latitude to do both race conscious and race-based policies outside of the listed spheres for 209. So that's my first question. And given
Wait, can
the
you say outside of the what?
outside of the
outside.
listed spheres in 209, so
Okay.
outside of
Mhm.
admissions and
Right.
contracting and employment. And then to talk a little bit about, because I think it'll be helpful for this commission, to be clear that we can have a race-conscious rationale for a policy, but we could look at non-race-based remedies for those policies, that we could be race-conscious even though the remedy may not have race specifically in it, that we have that latitude as well. So I just wanted to kind of ask those two questions, given our work moving forward.
Yeah, everything, you have to take all of this, somewhat, just proceed with caution. Whenever you're doing any kind of race conscious work, don't feel like you have wide latitude. No, because they have cracked down. There's no question about that. That's atmospheric, but it can be done. It just has to be done in a manner that is extraordinarily disciplined. And, John, you're a litigator like myself, and you may have had that experience of being in front of a 3-judge panel, of appellate judges who are looking at you being like, what were you thinking? And so you want to be able to respond to them and show them an extremely rigorous methodology that you used, that is based in reason, that is based in social science, that is based in anecdotal evidence. And so, that's ultimately the answer. It's proceed with caution and use a rigorous methodology that is based and completely tied to social science as you move forward.
I appreciate that. And just to be clear, I'm not a litigator, but I have been asked, what were you thinking, many times.
All right. I want to call our attention to it is 10:39 and we'll be breaking at 10:45. If there's no further questions from the commission, we'll move to questions that might come from public comment, recognizing that we'll have to keep our time to a minimum, stay on track. Is there any virtual public? No. Okay.
Before can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Before we begin with public comment, I want to inform you that our interpreter is here. Si necesita interpretación, por favor pasen para atrás con mi colega Ashley. Levante su mano. Ashley, can you raise your hand? Atrás tenemos los dispositivos. Si necesitan interpretación, por favor pasen para atrás y una de las personas en la mesa de atrás le va a entregar el dispositivo para interpretación. Thank you. We'll begin with virtual public comment. We will have in-person public comment first. I will begin the public comment period by reading the names of everyone who has signed up to comment on this item, which is item number 2. For our virtual commenters, when you hear your name, please raise your hand in the Zoom. You can do this by clicking raise hand under the participants menu, which you can find at the bottom of your screen on the Zoom platform, or by pressing *9 if you are joining by phone. You will have 2 minutes to make your comment. The timer will be presented on the screen. If you are calling in, we will notify you when your time is up. So we're going to begin with in-person public comments. We have 0 in-person public comments and 3 virtual public comments. We will now take virtual public comments. When you hear your name, again, please raise your hand in the Zoom. You can do this by clicking raise hand under the participants menu or by pressing *9 if you're joining us by phone. Our first virtual public speaker is Brianna Hodge. Brianna, can you hear us?
Hello. Hi.
Hi, we can hear you. You may begin your public comment.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Brianna Hodge, and I'm with Prevention Institute. Prevention Institute is a national nonprofit headquartered in Oakland. Our mission is to build prevention and health equity into key policies and actions at the federal, state, local, and organizational level to ensure that the places where all people live, work, play, and learn foster health, safety, and well-being. We and many organizations here today are members of the statewide CA Racial Equity Coalition, formerly known as the SB 17 Coalition. To achieve health equity, we know that we need to embed racial equity into government procedures so that our state government can effectively address structural racism and equitably invest resources into the communities that need them most. I'm here to urge the commission to be bold on racial equity by uplifting racially just policies and procedures that will produce the most racially just outcomes for communities of color. To achieve racial equity, we must be precise in how we define the problems we hope to address and the solutions we hope to carry out. We urge the commission to consider solutions that name race and proxy signifiers to enact policies that will address system inequities. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public commenter is Maria Barakat. Maria Barakat, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. You may begin your public comment.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maria Barakat. I use she, her pronouns. I am the program manager for Transformative Racial Equity at the Greenlining Institute and a member of the California Racial Equity Coalition. I want to thank everyone so much for the efforts that you've put forward, for having such great speakers this morning to talk about this important topic. And I wanted to say just a couple of things. I had 2 questions. First is, will there be, thank you, Ms. Holden. I appreciate your expertise. I learned so much and I look forward to watching this webinar again later, but are there materials or a presentation that you have that can be made available to folks that are working with the commission and the framework that we can access some of your expertise? And also, I would like to know if there's ways that the coalition can be able to support the commissioners around some of this work. I myself, Greenlining, and some other colleagues are part of a Leading with Race coalition. I want to highlight their work because we are working specifically around anti-affirmative action policy and Prop 209 policy and how to lead with race in policy work legally and effectively. We recently had a webinar I'd like to highlight as well and offer to the public to find on the Just Solutions website that really sets out the ways California government institutions, including this commission, can take to advance racial equity, specifically by being bold on racial equity goals that are in service of universal outcomes, really talking explicitly about why race matters, talking about race in every context. And of course, as the experts have already weighed in, collecting and analyzing disaggregated data to set baselines and measure outcomes and predict evidence-based outcomes. So yeah, I think that's it. And I really appreciate everyone who worked so hard to put this meeting together.
Thank you. Our next public commenter, virtual public commenter, is Flo Culver. If you're online, can you raise your hand, Flo? Thank you, Chairwood. That concludes our public comment for this item.
All right. Well, thank you so much. We will be back in 15 minutes, and we're going to take up item 4 on standing ad hoc committees. We thank you all for your time.
Testing, testing. I'm going to ask everyone to please be seated. We do need to reconvene. Please be seated. Commissioners, please go back to your seats. Please make your way back to your seats.
The governor gets on the new news and says, I'd like to announce that we now have Yolanda Richardson is going to be our vaccine czar. I'm sitting at home in my living room watching the news, and I'm like, and Jim DeBoo calls and goes, so
Yeah.
are you breathing? Are you breathing? I'm like, what's a vaccine czar? I don't even know what that is.
Well, you know, the work
It
really,
worked well.
I mean, it really made a difference.
Yeah, it just I learned so much about data and the importance of and going into the community
Yeah.
and understanding that they were like, I'll give you 2 arms if you make sure I have breakfast in the morning for my son
Yeah.
before he goes to school. Like I learned that.
Yeah.
That was impactful for the work that I'm doing now in Medicaid because
Yes.
it's the same issue.
Yeah.
And
And
people are like,
just,
I don't care about that stuff. Do you understand what I need, what my needs are?
well, and then appreciating the level of distrust that's out there in the community, because I
Oh,
think
yeah.
people went back, rightfully so, to historic examples, Tuskegee and stuff. But it's also like, forget if anybody didn't know anything about Tuskegee. They just know there's no time the government showed up in the last 25 years of my life that was doing anything good.
Microphones are going live.
All right, let's bring it back together. If you are in the room, make your way to a seat. If you are engaged in conversation, turn to your neighbor and say, let's stop. It's time for us to get going on some additional information. So we're going to transition to focusing on our standing ad hoc committees. So our newly amended bylaws describe the standing committees. We're going to put that slide up so that folks can see it.
Chairwood, can I make a brief announcement before you continue?
Oh, please do.
Las personas que están escuchando en español, para que tengan una experiencia mejor y de mejor calidad, las vamos a mover al salón 109. So, si salen por aquí y caminan al fondo del pasillo en el salón 109, ya está una computadora puesta y está una intérprete que está interpretando en español. So, si por favor me hacen el favor, y si van a hacer un comentario en público, cuando lo vayan a hacer pueden venir para acá y introducimos, pero por lo mientras en el salón 109 van a estar haciendo la interpretación. Thank you. So I just asked all Spanish-speaking folks to go ahead and move into the overflow room for a better quality experience on the interpretation. We have an interpreter online that is currently translating in that room. Thank you, Chairwood. Back to you.
No, thank you for that. Appreciate it. So we're gonna give that a moment for folks to transition. Okay, so upon consultation with commission staff, I'd like to propose, one, to establish 2 ad hoc committees, framework, development and fundraising, and 2, appoint commissioners to standing and ad hoc committees as displayed on the slide. So we'll wait till that gets up. I don't think that's it. That's it.
This is
It's
item
earlier.
4, standing ad hoc committees appointments. There we go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So before we review the committee appointments, Dr. Estes, can you review the purpose of the framework and the fundraising ad hoc committees?
Thank you, Chair Wood. Just for some clarity, the bylaws that were approved earlier had an articulation of the standing committees and their purpose, so you would have to refer back to those for the budget, equity, implementation, and community engagement committees. But for the ad hoc committees, the first one, framework, the purpose of the framework committee is to work with the commission staff to develop and organize the racial equity framework. The Framework Development Committee will ensure recommendations proposed in the framework are usable, adaptable, and acceptable. And so, accessible, excuse me. And so the idea behind this is that each committee is going to be working independently on developing out recommendations that then get taken to the fuller body. But beyond that, it's different in how you organize it within a framework that can be applied and used by any kind of entity, whether it be state government, local government. And the idea is that you have kind of a clearinghouse as to understanding how things work. Can it work within a government body and in a structure? And being able to kind of pass that sniff test. So that's the Framework Development Committee. The second is a fundraising committee, and this committee would work with commission staff to develop a fundraising strategy to support the development and implementation of the racial equity framework, including technical assistance. And really the purpose of that is to think about, it costs money to train, it costs money to develop tools and to implement this type of work, especially on a large scale like the state of California. And so we would like to be able to work with a couple of the commissioners on a separate ad hoc committee to explore how we could develop a strategy around that implementation. Because it's one thing to develop a framework, but you actually have to implement it if we want to see the impact and the change that I think many of us do want to see. So those are the two ad hoc committees.
Thank you. Are there any comments, questions, or discussion from the commission? Okay. We will now take any public comments related to agenda item 4, standing and ad hoc committee appointments.
Can you please move to the next slide that actually has the appointments? Thank you.
We will have in-person public comment first. I will begin the public comment period by reading the names of everyone who signed up to comment on this item, which is item number 4. For our virtual commenters, when you hear a name, please raise your hand in Zoom. You can do this by clicking the raise hand under the participants menu, which you can find at the bottom of your screen on the Zoom platform, or by pressing *9 if you are joining us by phone. You will have 2 minutes to make your comment. The timer will be presented on the screen. If you are calling in, we will notify you when your time is up. We will now begin with virtual public comments. When you hear your name, please raise your hand so we can go ahead and identify you. Maria Barakat, can you hear us? Maria, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maria Barakat once more. I just wanted to speak directly to the Framework Subcommittee, ad hoc committee, and note that the California Racial Equity Coalition also has a standing committee for framework support directly relating to the commission's work. And I would like to ask for clarification on how we can be connected as support for the commission and subcommittee directly on this work as it goes forward. And I understand that the commission is in its early stages and planning processes, but I would ask that there are some clear avenues for participation and contribution. And I thank you so much for your time.
I'm happy to respond that you can work through staff to connect in through the committees, and the staff will actually be staffing the committees, and we can bring information that comes from the coalition and also explore ways to engage the coalition through public meetings like this or others to ensure that there's engagement and more clarity as to ensuring that it's clear that this is the Racial Equity Commission that has been appointed by representatives of the state of California, and the coalition is an external body that is advocating and working towards we're all working towards the same goal, but making sure that we're very clear on that. But how do we then work together to advance this work? But you can definitely reach out to staff.
Chair Wood, we have 2 virtual public comments for item number 2, so we're just going to go ahead and let them go. It'll be 2 minutes for each. We'll go ahead and let their names go, and then we'll continue with public comment on item number 4. Brandon Green, are you online?
Yes, can you hear me?
Thank you. You may begin your public comment.
Greetings. My name is Brandon Green. I'm the Policy Director for the Western Center on Law and Poverty. We are also part of the California Racial Equity Commission. I just wanted to briefly first thank you for having Lisa Holder and Dean Chemerinsky present. I was lucky enough to testify twice before the Reparations Task Force, and excited about this work going forward. I just wanted to reiterate some of the things that Lisa Holder said and urge that the commission be bold in this moment. Many of the attacks on DEI, racial justice, et cetera, are just things that are being thrown against the wall right now that are seeking to extend the holding in the Supreme Court case. And that has the effect of having a chilling effect. And so I just urge the commission to both be strategic, but be bold in this moment, to not retreat, because that would mean that the other side is winning. The intention from the other side is to file as many cases as they can, however successful or unsuccessful those cases might end up being, to thwart and eliminate the work of racial justice and racial equity. California has come too far for that with the Reparations Task Force and its work, and the creation of this commission and its work. And I just urge you all to be bold in this moment and to not resist. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please note that was a public comment for item number 2. Our next public comment is also going to be for item number 2. Ronald Coleman, are you online?
Good morning. My name is Ronald Coleman Baeza. I'm the Managing Director of Policy at the California Pan-Ethnic Health Network, CPEN. We work with communities of color across the state of California to further health equity with a focus on racial justice. We are very pleased that there was a conversation this morning, particularly about Prop 209 and the analysis about what we can do moving forward. We do think that it's extremely important to be bold in our actions. We must make sure that we don't let Prop 209 get in the way of making sure that we are doing what we need to do specifically to address concerns, particularly that are based in specific racial categories in particular communities. We want to make sure that we really lift up some of what we learned, particularly both in Dean Chemerinsky's analysis, but also Lisa Holder's analysis, because I think it's really important to underscore that there are actual things we can do and move forward and ensure that we do them in a way to focus on some of the wrongs that have impacted specific communities. We also want to make sure that as part of this, you all are working with communities as well to get their sense of ways to further policy goals and the racial equity framework you will develop as it relates to the intersection with these legal issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Please note again, that was a public comment for item number 2. At this moment, we're also going to do one more virtual public comment. Please note this is going to be a virtual public comment for item number 1, and then we'll resume with item number 4. We're going to go ahead and continue with Eric Payne. Eric Payne, are you online?
Yes. Eric Payne, Executive Director of the Central Valley Urban Institute. We're a policy advocacy research and action institute with offices in Fresno, Tulare, and Stockton. We center the needs of low-income communities across the Central Valley, spanning from Kern County all the way to San Joaquin County. Our emphasis is really at the intersection of racial equity as we center the lived experiences, specifically of Black families in our communities across the Central Valley. And so we just wanted to wholeheartedly welcome you all to our region. I know there were some technical difficulties at the beginning of the session. And so I would have loved to have been there in person with you, but we're working with the Office of Research and Planning on a groundbreaking today in one of our local jurisdictions in Fresno. And so as you continue these conversations, we look forward to being a partner with you and a thought partner at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. That concludes public comment for item number 4. We can go ahead and, item number 5. I will hand it back to you, Chair Wood.
Okay. May I have a motion and a second to approve the standing and ad hoc committee appointments?
Yes, motion to approve.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Onodera,
I'll second.
second by Commissioner Matthews. Let's proceed with roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Hedrick,
Aye.
Commissioner Kim,
Aye.
Commissioner Maldonado,
Aye.
Commissioner Matthews,
Aye.
Commissioner Onodera,
Aye.
Commissioner Pastor,
Aye.
Commissioner Richardson,
Aye.
Commissioner Salas,
Aye.
Commissioner Bowles,
Aye.
Vice Chair Wright,
Aye.
Chair Wood. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, the motion has passed, and we're going to move on to item number 6, aim statement development. As we dive further into the work of the commission, including our standing and ad hoc committees, being clear on the charge of the commission is imperative for guiding our work. We are now going to dig into the charge of the commission under agenda item number 7, aim statement development. And I'm going to turn it over to staff to take us through this discussion.
Thank you, Chair Wood. This is Larissa Estes, Executive Director. Really and you'll see here on the next slide, please, the purpose of the AIM statement and this process is to provide structure to the commission and allows us to help manage expectations of what the commission is looking to achieve in the short term. AIM statements can also be looked at in the long term, and I think that's part of the conversation to be had here today is how do we develop out an AIM statement that works for the commission and helps the commission achieve its short-term and maybe even possibly long-term goals. The idea behind this AIM statement is that it is a working statement. We're going to continue to meet and convene as a commission, and that the content as to what becomes the AIM statement will be refined over the next few months. There are several components that go into an AIM statement, and a couple of the components are articulated here that we do know. And so the Racial Equity Commission was established by Governor Gavin Newsom through Executive Order 1622. And a couple of the items that really elevate or are articulated in that is that we produce a racial equity framework, and that the framework include methodologies, tools, resources to advance racial equity and address structural racism, data collection and analysis, best practices, budget equity assessment, best practices that analyze the impact of budget allocations, and best practices for community engagement. The other item we do know is that the deadline to complete this framework is April 1st, 2025, which feels like it's just around the corner, even though that's a year away. The final element is that the commission has been charged with also providing technical assistance to agencies, departments, as well as local jurisdictions across California in their implementation of racial equity strategies. And so part of today's exercise, which I'm going to invite Joyce Chow of Abundance, who's our consultant that's been helping with the Racial Equity Commission to help facilitate this conversation. to come on up. But two of the items that we'll have to kind of start having the conversation around today is who is the audience for the framework? Who is going to be receiving the framework? Who are we thinking is going to be implementing the framework? And then more broadly, what is the type of content we need to include? Now, we know that data needs to be in there. We know that something around community engagement, as well as budget equity, but there may be other elements, and especially coming out of the conversation that we had on Proposition 209 and affirmative action, there may be other elements that kind of rise up through the conversations with community, for example, in this afternoon and in other meetings that the commission may want to consider being part of the end product. Next slide, please. So this is the basic structure of what an aim statement looks like. It's the, well, what is your outcome? Who is it for? When do you have to do it by? And how are you going to get there, or how are you going to achieve it? And you can see a couple of the items that I already articulated of what we do know. And if you go to the next slide, these are kind of the elements that are up for conversation. However, because this is the first time the commission is actually seeing this, I think everything is up for conversation in terms of the outcome, the whom, the when, and how to achieve it. But we do have the executive order as well as government code that is very clear as to what we've been asked to do as a commission, but wanting to allow the commissioners to have the space to be able to talk about what this could look like. And so with that, I am going to pause there and turn it over to Joyce to talk a little bit about some of the questions that we can actually start beginning to have that dialogue as a commission in building that aim statement. So with that, I'll turn it over to Joyce.
All right, good morning. Oh, this is on. All right, good morning, folks. Thank you so much, commissioners, for your time today. Good morning to the public and the members of the community who have joined us here. We're going to go through this aim statement exercise in a second. But as we dig into this conversation, I wanted to frame a few things. So the first is this conversation will likely sound very different than what we've had, in this meeting thus far, in the last meeting as well. This is the work of taking legislative content, very powerful legislation, right, and putting it into a commission, a living, breathing, functioning commission body. And so I think in getting into this conversation, I'll acknowledge that we'll be wading through some big questions. We'll be getting into things where we might be exploring, oh, what do we mean by this? What do we mean by this? Do we see things in the same perspective because we hold different experiences and different frames for our work? And so as we get into this conversation, if anything feels like I don't know the answer to this, or we need to probe here a little bit more, that's what this space is designed to be. Okay, so it's a lot of open conversation with commissioners. As a facilitator, and very intentionally, my role here is facilitation, not presenting. I may probe and ask different questions from time to time, but the majority of it is really me taking a step back and letting you all have this conversation in open space. With that, I'll also just quickly apologize to the room for having my back to you all. I used to be a teacher, and I know this is not proper facilitation etiquette, but we're making do with what we have. So let's go. Perfect. This is the right slide. So as we just saw on the previous slide, we know a couple of things. We know what the outcome is that we're working towards. And we know that the executive order has outlined that by when, April 1st. And so now in order to build the for whom and how do we achieve that framework, how do we build that framework, we have a few questions up here that I'll open up in a second. We can go in any order you all want. Please feel free to take this conversation as it feels organic to you. But I'll just kind of leave us with the first one here. Who is commission engaging? Who should the final product be for? We've got some, quick bullet points up here, but I am really curious as you all think about this as commissioners, what is coming to mind for you? So whoever would like to jump in.
So I'll jump in first. As I look at that, list. State agencies, departments, local jurisdictions. I just think of kind of the big world of government, as it were. And then community organizations, you could say CBOs, communities. I think of the world of nonprofits, but society is a three-legged stool, and what I think is missing is the private sector. All of the questions that we've asked so far have kind of been answered from the perspective of, we've got to figure out a way to address racial inequities without ever saying the word Black or talking really directly about race. We've got to find these ways to circumnavigate in terms of solutions. And that might work for entities that can be mandated. What I'd love for our framework to potentially consider is how do we incentivize the private sector that can't be mandated?
Commissioner Richardson.
So appreciating Commissioner Matthews' statement, I do worry about time and scope and budget for us. And so starting with where we can control could also lead to ideas that can be leveraged for others who are not. So I ask us to consider what we can deliver by April 1st and allow others to use that to take that further, but just to keep that in mind for the work that we do.
Well stated. I will retract my previous comment and say, I think we should focus on these two broad sectors. Thank you.
All right.
I just wanted to point out that there are community organizations that include private sector actors that are organized as nonprofits. So even in that scope, also thinking about when we think about community organizations that are formed in coalitions, or in other words, so just to really be thoughtful about the diversity of some of those organizations in order to achieve the outcome that you were speaking of, Commissioner Matthews.
And then I guess from my perspective, this is Commissioner Wood. Our focus is really on, in my mind, on state agencies and state departments, but we want to have a framework that's versatile enough that it can be used for different levels of different types of government, whether it's city, county, as well as groups that may intersect with government, whether it's private industry or nonprofits as well.
Any other thoughts on this?
Commissioner Pastor?
Commissioner Mustad, I very much agree with what you're saying in terms of providing guidance to state officials about how to act boldly within the parameters that are available. The thing I would add is I think it is also important to think about broad public framing so that the terms racial equity does not get weaponized, but becomes part of a common sense notion of investing in the next California. And so I think that part of the framework has to have that sense of communications to normal Californians and not just be guidelines to state officials.
Commissioner Richardson.
Taking the opportunity to learn real time. So what I appreciate from Commissioner Salas and Commissioner Matthews is an idea that taking community organizations and residents to mean not just state agencies, but also those who interact with them. So maybe making that more broader so that we're capturing just not those who provide services, but those who may depend on those services, which may include private entities or others.
Point taken. Yeah, Commissioner Salas.
Are we assuming when we're talking about state agencies and departments, we're also talking about elected officials? I would assume that they would be individuals that would have to, for whom this final framework would also be helpful. So I'm asking the question.
Dr. Estes?
That is a great question that I don't think we have an answer to. I think that's something we can explore more internally. And I think that's also one of those things that in bringing in the Framework Development Committee and making sure that we're bringing the right people in the room to have that conversation about, could it extend that far? I don't know. And, you know, just being mindful of there are three sides to the house. There may be some influence, and I think that's what there is hope for, is that whatever is built allows for that influence across all different levels of government, whether state and local. But, you know, bringing up elected officials is very, very specific rather than like the broad sense of legislature or the broad sense of county commissioners.
Commissioner Maldonado?
Yeah, when we're referring to state agencies and departments, just making sure that we're also referring to quasi-government agencies. Specifically, I'm thinking about like the county CAPS, community action partnerships, and I'm also thinking about the Medi-Cal health plans as well, which would be sort of quasi in the middle government agencies.
Yes, Commissioner Matthews.
Just going back to the question about elected officials, for the same reasons that I think it may be difficult to try to build a framework that speaks to everyone, I think we also run the risk of missing our deadlines if we try to do too much in terms of engaging the political aspect. I would love to see us focus on the state agencies as expanded or explicitly described by Commissioner Maldonado, and then elected officials on all sides of the issues and aisles can respond to whatever is established and move forward. But I think if we can get all of the state agencies and departments and local jurisdictions and municipalities and organizations and residents in that language, I think that's a huge win that we could get in a year.
Commissioner Kim?
So I would agree, given the time constraints, that prioritization would be necessary. I sort of would follow what Chair Wood and Commissioner Pastores presented as state agencies or the state level of government being the priority, given the time frame. I do think, to Commissioner Salas's point, that elected officials should also be as part of that, given the fact that some of the recommendations are yet a reality in state government and may require some legislation after the fact. So that would make sense. I do think, to Commissioner Pasteur's point, the framing and language of the report should, though, speak more broadly to the general public and not only in the language of bureaucracy.
Commissioner Onodera and then Commissioner Wright.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Onodera. I just would like to echo the comments in that I think we're talking not only about who the framework might apply to, but just the audience more broadly. And I do think when we're crafting this, I think it's important that we think about it as, for every Californian to have something to look at.
Commissioner Wright, local jurisdictions such as City of Los Angeles, LA County, they have different organizations or departments. The LA Civil Rights and Human Rights with the City of Los Angeles, they're doing the work. So I think maybe connecting with those agencies will be helpful.
I'm pausing to give folks a chance to jump in if you all would like, but I would love to ask a probing question here, so it's not one of the ones on the slide. What I'm hearing from this conversation is, we want to, we understand there is a timeline, and as part of that, we also want to stay focused while still engaging quite a wide swath of folks. And by summarizing this, we're not coming to any decisions today. We're not voting on this, right? I'm just sort of communicating back what I'm hearing in this moment, whether that stays true in the future or not. But I am curious, as you all think about, how the framework will be used with these audiences that you're talking about. I am curious, without doing a full visioning session here, if folks have any thoughts or perspectives on how you all envision, when this framework is done, these, quasi-government agencies are picking it up. These community organizations are picking it up. These state-level agencies, possibly elected officials, are picking it up. What does that look like then? How do you want people to engage with this?
Commissioner Matthews and Commissioner Maldonado.
Thanks. Yeah, I don't always want to talk first, but so I'm thinking broadly, but also in a way very specifically. So my wife, Dr. Jessica Grimes, happens to be the executive director for California ETP. I've asked her, is there any guidance around this whole issue? Is there any guidance even around DEI for state departments, agencies that is universally recommended, mandated, anything? And the answer is no. So I would envision some sort of guidance or tool that helps all state agencies, departments, to at least have clarity on how they might be able to implement programs or policies within their state departments related to racial inequities. Of course, without saying racial inequities, because you can't do that. So that's one level. But then also, I would love the same for the city of Delano or for local municipalities to have just guidance, like we heard this morning. If you can't do it directly in terms of just related to race specifically, what sort of proxies are possible? How do you circumnavigate the challenges and providing some guidance that they can use and implement something that is not going to require them to have to go out and do their own research? That's going to require them to have to go out and find their own data. Because I know for, again, smaller rural cities, communities, et cetera, it's going to become a cost benefit analysis. And I don't know that this is going to win. So I like for the framework to do enough to where ultimately there's enough data out there that folks can just use for free.
Yeah, pulling a little leaf from my federal hat and some of the strategies at the federal commissions I've been a part of, to go off what Commissioner Matthews says, there's usually a strategy or recommendations plan, or in our case, we're calling it a framework. And then there's always a complementing implementation plan. So, I mean, for me, what I'm probably going to do is dust off the old national HIV/AIDS strategy that was done in the Obama years, because it was a joint strategy which had the recommendations for the framework. And then there was a completely robust implementation plan that accompanied it that was more of like the tools that Commissioner Matthews is referring to for implementation at the state and local level. I'm also going to shout out that the national HIV/AIDS strategy, just because it was highly community informed, driven exactly the way we are driving this framework here. And I think it would be interesting to see how that strategy had a communications approach that met the community. So I'm just kind of using it as a reference point, but I'm going to kind of dust that strategy off and kind of look at it because it had a complementing implementation plan and then a public communities toolkit. So a communities toolkit, an implementation plan, and then the actual strategy framework.
Commissioner Kim, and then Commissioner. Yeah. No, why don't you go?
So to be very realistic, we are dealing with 170 odd years as a state, where the majority of that time systems were designed specifically to create racial inequity. We're not going to undo it in a year with a framework. It's going to be a journey. And I think we would do ourselves a disservice, though, if we were not highly action-oriented in terms of what the framework looks like in the end. The journey will go from A to Z. We should acknowledge the work that's been done, the A, B, and C of this work, We should honor that work. We should figure out ways to disseminate and have others look at it to replicate. But we should also be carefully prescribing, or as best as possible, laying out steps D, E, and F. Like, what are the next steps that we need to be taking? And so, if anything, it should be action items that the legislature can pick up, that departments can pick up, that the executive can pick up to move forward. If not, I worry about the time being spent on it.
Commissioner Hedrick?
Yeah, ditto to Commissioner Kim. I think that's where I was going with this too. When I keep reading the for whom, I'm reading it in two ways. One, the for whom is for community, right? It's for the constituents that many of us represent that are hoping to benefit from a better framework or from a framework. But who's the call to action? It's absolutely to state government, right? That's where we're looking for solutions. That's where we're hoping for outcomes, for changes, and for a responsiveness to the disparities experienced by our communities. So I think that's where I'm getting caught on the for whom, because it's for two groups of people, but really the call to action, which is exactly what Commissioner Kim was saying, is to state government and every entity that embodies state government.
Christian Pastor? Then Salas.
I wanted to echo something that Commissioner Maldonado said in a different way. You were pointing to the HIV policies of the Obama administration, but another that points to generally is like, let's try to figure out some best practices that currently exist within the state. So without saying that these practices are perfect, the development of cattle and virus screen, which really delivers a lot of resources to communities of color, communities that have been disadvantaged environmentally and socially. And in fact, the tool itself does not include race, but when they test it, they show what the tool would look like if they'd included race, and they look at the impacts on communities of color as a result of the climate investments that come out of it. That's similar with the health and all policies. And actually, Commissioner Richardson could talk about this, but with the health equity metrics that were developed during the pandemic, they didn't have race in them, but they are a potential set of best practices. So I think we're going to, we often spend a lot of time looking at what doesn't work. That's what academics do. We study what doesn't work. But there's some stuff with imperfections that we can kind of point to and build on and say, these are really the best practices that for the life of me, I can't figure out why they haven't been populated already across the state, but let's try to lift those up and really argue for scaling and replication.
Other commissioners? Commissioner Salas?
So I just really want to emphasize what Commissioner Hendricks stated. And one of the things that I really do think it's important for this framework, and going back to sort of the question, is that it really create a marker of excellence towards racial equity. Because I think that there are lots of different measures used by different entities. And I think that it's like, so what is, when we think about excellence in racial equity, how do we measure ourselves? And I think that's important. And the other piece, just to the scale, but also speed of adoption, so that this framework could really create scale of participation, but also speed, really allow for quicker adoption of some of these recommendations.
All right, I will jump in here. I know that this is a conversation that could continue if we had the time, and we know, it's been a morning, and we also have a break coming up after this. So I'll put a pin in that because I know we probably won't get to any final decisions today. I am hearing some things around we want it to be actionable. We want it to potentially, we want it to benefit community. But in terms of that call to action, we're hearing, maybe that's more at the state level, or I think what we're trying to pull out is that, different audiences may engage with the framework in different ways, right? And I heard some things as well around tools that maybe have been built before, things you all have seen. So I'll move us into these next couple questions, and then we'll probably wrap up in a little bit, unless, I'll defer to Chair Wood here if we want to keep it going. But the next question is, what topic areas should the commission engage in? We have, the three that are in the executive order, right? We talk about budget, we talk about data, and community engagement. From what you've seen, the learnings that you'd like to draw from, what other best practices, tools, resources come to mind? And then maybe as part of that question, what are the key issues that you're seeing impact racial equity in government? If we stay on this government thread for a second, but what are some of the issues that you're seeing impacting government structures? And then based on that, what are some of the topic areas you might want to explore?
And as the commissioners respond to that, just know that we have about 5 minutes left for this conversation. Ruminating and cogitating, I can see. Commissioner Wright.
Commissioner Wright, the main engagement is with the community, period. That's it. I mean, that's the main thing, because we need to make sure that all Californians have a voice and continue to have a voice.
Commissioner Matthews?
Right. I think it always goes back to this. The fastest way to diversify your staff in an organization is to diversify your C-suite. The fastest way to do that is diversify your board. We have to figure out a way to better diversify who is making these decisions across the board. And I think one of the potential solutions there is, how do we find a way to legally value lived experience? I know I mentioned that last meeting, but I guess that would be California State, like HR, finding a way to adjust the credentialing, the qualifications, et cetera, so that we can bring more diversity to the state.
Commissioner Richardson, and then Commissioner Hedrick.
I just hope we'll also leave space for community engagement to inform what other topics we should be thinking about. I totally agree with the whole idea coming from the state and having HR under my jurisdiction. There's some opportunity there, but I think there's also some things that the community might inform us that are really pressure points or pain points for them that we can address.
Commissioner Hedrick, for me, it's tangible benefits and resources. Distribution of wealth and land and assets in California should be a tangible outcome.
Agreed. All right, Commissioner Bowles.
For me, in light of the conversation that we had earlier, I would like for us to not be hesitant or afraid to talk about race as we work through these issues. So I want to keep that in the front of the conversation, even if our ultimate framework has to consider race neutrality and challenges. But I think for us to have honest conversations, we have to keep race in the conversation.
All right, Commissioner Kim.
So just completely want to endorse what Commissioner Bowles said. I don't think there's anything that was told to us this morning that says we can't talk about race. We just have to be careful and rigorous about what recommendations we have moving forward from those conversations. In terms of the question in front of us now, obviously the fourth leg of the stool beyond budget, data, and community engagement would be around programming and policies. Some of that might shift into or lean into the purview of the legislature, but I do think programs and policies would have to be a part of what we're looking at.
Commissioner Maldonado.
I think we cannot have a conversation about racial equity without talking about intersectionality and how certain disparities may be worse for other groups that are in intersecting communities. And how do we do that in a way that highlights other indicators that still keeps a race neutral approach, but looks at other indicators within that intersectionality that may have disparities in certain communities?
Okay. Commissioner Salas, we'll give you the last one.
Yeah. I would just add language access and also immigration status.
Okay. All right, everyone. Thank you for your comments. And at this time, we'll now take public comments related to agenda item number 6, the AIM statement development.
Thank you,
so
Chair Wood.
much.
Each speaker will have a maximum of 2 minutes to make their remarks. Speakers requiring or using translation services are allotted 4 minutes to facilitate full participation. A timer will be screen shared. Please monitor the timer and wrap up your remarks accordingly. Whether you are online or on the phone, you will be notified when your time is up. After that, we will mute your microphone. You do not need to take any additional actions once we mute your microphone. We have 2 in-person comments for this item. When you hear your name, please line up by the podium in the order your name was called. I will then call on you individually to the podium to speak. We will now begin with public comment from Ryan Robertson. Please step up to the podium. After Ryan Robertson, we will have Usadora Osby.
Hi, my name is Ryan. Here from Bakersfield. I drove over. I did have a question about the use of community in implementing the community into the plan. How will you guys prepare to get more community engagement from more people that you haven't heard from, especially in groups of people that this plan is made for or going to affect that you haven't yet to hear from, or maybe not have the time frame to attend things like this on certain days, or like how do you guys plan on getting their input and applying that in a realistic way? Thank you.
Yes. So let me take that first and then open it up to the commission to respond to that. So last night would be a perfect example of what that looks like. The commission, actually, you should probably talk about it, Commissioner Matthews.
Absolutely. So we were blessed to have a great quote unquote meet and greet in the beautiful city of Lamont after hours to invite as many people from the community as possible who might not be able to attend something like this today. And it was, we had 82 people there. Lots of folks from the community came out and shared their feedback. And I think that's just a picture of what is possible in different communities. This is also something we have done just from a managed care plan perspective. So bringing that hat, we have to go to the communities. We can't expect everyone to come to us, and that's really an equity strategy. And so in terms of what that looks like specifically for, say, Kern County, I know you're from Bakersfield. Well, I think it's incumbent upon us to think through what that looks like, but open to ideas and feedback, because I don't have all the solutions. I know that none of the commissioners do for the entire state. That's why we listen to our communities.
Yeah, and I would just add that obviously being part of the commission, every one of us is coming representing different interests, different communities that we're heavily engaged with as well. And so that's one other data collection point. Obviously, we're rotating our meetings across different points across the state of California, so it provides opportunities like last night. And of course, there's also, as you can see, after every single item, there is a public comment, right? So obviously that's for folks in the room, but then there's also the virtual opportunities for folks to be able to weigh in. And even as I say those things, I know that none of those things are even close to being enough for what we need to do. And so just know that it is, I think, top of everyone's mind of the need to make sure that community is engaged in this process. Any other comments from any of the commissioners? Commissioner Bowles?
One of the committees that was approved in the vote today was community engagement. I'm on that committee. So I think we'll be coming up with ways to address your concern and make sure we get a really diverse response.
All right. Well, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Yasidra Osby, and I'm the Executive Director of Community Interventions and a lifelong resident of Kern County.
Hey.
So welcome. I'm glad you all are here. I appreciate the way the meeting is ran and the public comment after every item number. I have a lot to say, like Traco. I'm like usually one of the first people that talk. But I appreciate all the comments that I've heard thus far. But what I really want to acknowledge that we can't talk about racial equity without saying Black. because historically Black people have been left behind, and it's been very intentional. So I can't talk about it. I don't know if how y'all gonna do about it, but I have to say Black. I have to put us in the space in every conversation because it's very minimal that we're invited into space. So I'm very passionate about that. Living in a place where we still have these systems that are rooted in harm, where we still have KKK parades, and where people are openly voicing their feelings about Black people and people that look like us. We got a lot to talk about. We got a lot of work to do. I'm glad y'all here, and like we're forever connected now. When it comes to data, Black data in Kern County, it's like zero, right? And the data that you may see is not from us. Somebody that made it up, So I encourage you all to think about participatory research, right? Using us to get our information, because if you do see some data, it's probably we had a lot of things going on in our lives. And so we didn't give you what you thought you were getting, right? Because of the moments that we're experiencing here in Kern County. Our hurt runs far and deep and wide. And so the investment that the Black community needs is going to be far greater than any other race, because nobody has ever come to save us. So we have to think very deeply on that. And, the assessment of how Black Lives Matter has to be very intentional. Gosh, I'm getting emotional. When we talk about engagement and what that looks like, what that sounds like, we need a definition. And the definition has to be for all 58 counties, because Kern County has a history of saying like we're special, so we're not gonna follow what everybody else is doing. So I want y'all to keep that in mind. Okay. Community Interventions is a grassroots community-based organization. All my staff have been born and raised here, and so we know about the true impact, right? And we were talking about labels and roles, and we are paraprofessionals, and we got the information that is necessary to be a catalyst in this conversation. So I urge you guys to be bold, right? And that I think that's a great thing to incorporate, because we need y'all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for this item. I will hand it back to you, Chairwood.
Okay. All right. So the public comment period is over, and I think this means that we're moving on to our next item. So as a follow-up to our January 24th meeting, we'll be having an update and discussion on the asset analysis by Dr. Larissa Estes, the Executive Director, and Dr. Amy Lerman and Julia Kaplan.
Thank you, Chair. And recognizing that I'm standing between a break and this in making, but I want to make sure we get through this content in a timely manner. So I might ask that we go just slightly over. The impetus of the asset analysis, and so you've heard us call it previously a landscape analysis, but after some more intentional conversations, we saw the importance of building upon the assets that we know exist. And I think that came out in much of the conversation around the AIM statement, is we know that there is work that is already happening, whether it be in community or within government agencies. People are doing the work of racial equity. I think the question becomes, how are we capturing that? How are we learning from it? And then how are we finding ways to scale it? And so taking an asset approach, and so we're not studying the things that don't work well, Dr. Pastor, focusing on all the things that do work well. And, part of that is ensuring that we can identify. We know things like CalEnviroScreen. We know things like the Capital Collaborative on Race and Equity, which is trained, Julia, is it 300? 500. So there's an entity called the State of Equity who is also helping with this asset analysis that has trained over 500 state employees on the model called GARE, which is Government Alliance for Race and Equity. And so how are we looking at racial equity within our state government systems? The idea as to how we do this, we're looking at developing out a survey, and what I'll get to in a subsequent slide is kind of the high level topics of the survey. But the idea of a survey is really getting a snapshot of what is actually happening within state agencies and departments. What are the best practices? What are their general efforts? What tools are they using? Resources? What strategies or methodologies are they implementing to do this? And then also, as you know, as we continue to identify and define who the user is of this framework, what do those agencies or entities that are implementing racial equity strategies need in terms of a user experience and how they interact with the framework? Is it something that is short and sweet? Do they want something long with a lot of detail? Like really understanding how they want to be able to take this information so that they can actually implement it. And you'll see that in our committee structure that was approved earlier, we've really been intentional in how we create committees so that we're making sure that we're meeting the needs of not only those that are going to be using the tool, but those that are impacted by how state agencies and departments operate. Secondly, we'll go into key informant interviews, and it's really about understanding the journey. There are many state agencies, and even on the local level, journeys that folks are taking towards advancing racial equity, but they haven't shared their story. And part of the sharing of the story is to give many of us hope that you can move these things along, but that we have to also recognize time and grace are really important. But also, what are those examples that we can start to really lift up that look like they can be scaled, that look like there's a level of benefit that is more broad than just it's sitting in one agency alone? And also, are there tools that have been produced that they've been able to apply? Things, again, that can be adopted or adapted for other areas to be used more holistically and not just kind of stuck within one agency or one department. Next slide, please. So we've tried to think about how to best organize our thinking, and we initially landed on GARE, or Government Alliance on Race and Equity, and their model of organizational change, which moves from normalize, organize, and operationalize. And the visualize in the middle is really about the vision for what we actually want to see within the state of California and how we create an inclusive space and place, and what are the things that are happening within government structures, how are we defining things, how are we prioritizing programs and policies, what is the infrastructure that is there, whether they be the establishment of offices or positions that are leading equity or racial equity issue efforts. We've heard a lot about data and how data is used and shared, and are there strategies on how we best collect and apply that data? And so really trying to organize ourselves around a framework to get to a framework that can kind of give us some guidance as we move forward in this process. Next slide, please. This slide is articulating really the key categories of inquiry. So what are we going to be asking questions about? And so purposefully, we did not list the questions here. That would take a week-long public meeting, and I don't think anyone would like to participate in that. Because it's a lot of different ways you can ask a question around how do you engage community. And it's important to acknowledge that it is part of how you normalize the work that we are doing. It is part of how you organize, and it's part of how you operationalize community, and how we engage those that have vested interest in this work is weaved in throughout this. So we have to ask questions about that in very different ways to hit on those three different areas. Data, research, and quality improvement. The question came up earlier about, can we look at the implementation of something, and is there an opportunity to kind of shift because we're checking the impact. I think that's a question that has to come up. Is a lot of times we wait till the end and then we see the disparity and then we don't make the adjustment that needs to get made, and it ends up being too late. Training has come up a lot. We have CCOR within the state government, which is Capital Collaborative on Race and Equity. They've done some phenomenal work over 2, almost 3 cohorts, but there's so much more work to be done and how state government and staff potentially all start speaking the same language when it comes to race and equity. Planning and operations and budget equity, it's like the rubber meeting the road of, administrative policies and practices. You talked about programmings, Commissioner Kim. There's a fit as to how do we operationalize this work, and it kind of fits through all, and how are we making decisions around budget, and how are those agencies making those decisions. Existing resources and asset allocation, for those that work in government or any type of quasi-government entity, you're told to do more with less or nothing. And so this is really, how do we leverage what we know we have? How do we find ways to maximize what might be in other places and spaces to bring that in and that knowledge in, so that we are able to leverage what we do have access to? And there are a tremendous amount of assets within our government, but also within our communities. And finally, technical assistance and resources, having that better understanding of what people need so that they can implement this work. Wanting to know, do we need to have training? Do we need to take a roadshow out? Do we need to have training modules online so that those that are receiving this framework are able to adequately implement it, so that we are able to reach that impact? I will go to the next step slide, which isn't that one. The next one, please. So at this point, what our plan is we're continuing to develop out the survey and starting to explore what those interview questions will look like. We're in the process of establishing an agreement with the Possibility Lab at UC Berkeley, as well as the State of Equity at the Public Health Institute, to further help us, the commission, better articulate how we do this. We want to work with the Framework Development Committee and the administration to really explore making sure we're asking the questions in the right way, that we're able to get the answer that we are looking for. Sometimes how you ask a question elicits a different answer. So making sure that we're able to be very clear on the type of answers we're trying to get. And part of that is also the piloting and exploring if we could pilot the survey, as well as key informant interviews with the Governor's Office of Planning and Research, which has implemented some racial equity strategies over the last several years. And finally, working with the administration to ensure that individuals throughout state agencies and departments at different levels are able to have access to and respond to the survey. I think it's pretty clear that you experience racial equity in different ways throughout your agency or wherever you are working, and being able to understand what needs are and what experiences are throughout those different levels is important for the commission to be able to understand what its next task is, and having that big, broad kind of overview of everything that is happening within government related to racial equity. So I will pause there. I have Julia Kaplan with the State of Equity here. We have Amy Lehrman on the phone, and invite you all, if there was anything that I missed or any comments that you may have, please feel free to come up to the mic, or Amy, raise your hand, and we'd love to hear from you all.
Greetings, commissioners and Larissa and community folks here. I'm Julia Kaplan with State of Equity. I just wanted to emphasize something that you already, Dr. Estes, referenced, of the amazing folks inside state government. So we have worked with over 500 racial equity practitioners who are state government workers. We've worked with folks in over 50 different departments, agencies, offices, boards, commissions. One of those people is here today. Megan Morgan with the California Arts Council, which has been one of the early adopters of this work. So there really are incredible champions already, and I'm very excited to be able to capture some of that information, the ideation, the vision, and the practices that are underway. All of the work that they've been doing to this point has been voluntary, and scrapping together the resources that they can find. Resources are certainly a challenge with this work, and I'm excited to bring that to light and just grateful to partner with all of you.
Thank you, Julia. Amy, are you on? And I don't know if you have any additional comments you'd like to share.
Thank you. I'm really excited to be involved in this, and thank you to the Commission for all of the extraordinary thinking that you're doing around these issues. I think one of the things that's really exciting about the survey and interview process is that it will let us get a chance to document all of what we're hearing anecdotally around activities that are happening in state departments and agencies, to help connect that information and even to help coordinate across different departments and agencies who often don't even know that other departments and agencies are doing some of the same work. So I think in addition to being an opportunity to really mapping the assets that exist already across departments and agencies and really lifting up the stories of what's working, it's a chance to really lay the baseline of what's happening so that we can make sure that we're thinking really systematically. And I've so appreciated the focus on data throughout this morning. So thank you all.
And that concludes our presentation. We'd be happy to hear any comments from commissioners or receive public comment.
Okay, I don't see any comments from commissioners. Maybe we can go to public comment.
Thank you, Chairwood. As a reminder, each speaker will have a maximum of 2 minutes to make their remarks. Speakers requiring or using translation services are allotted 4 minutes to facilitate full participation. A timer will be screen shared. Please monitor the timer and wrap up your remarks accordingly. Whether you are online or on the phone, you will be notified when your time is up. After that, we will mute your microphone. You do not need to take any additional action once we mute your microphone. We have 2 in-person public comments for this item. As I call your names, please line up behind the podium. Our first public comment speaker will be Usidra Osby, followed by Megan Morgan. Usidra, you may step up to the podium. Okay. Our next public speaker will be Megan Morgan. Megan Morgan, you can step up to the podium.
Good afternoon. My name is Megan Morgan. As Julia just said, I work as the Race and Equity Manager at the California Arts Council. I'm so excited to be here with you all, and I want to thank and congratulate you all for the work that you're doing, especially about a response to our mutual growth around the impacts of Prop 209 and how we can look to approach the arts as a transformative agent for equitable health and workforce outcomes for communities. With the funding, leadership, and support of SB 17 and Executive Order N1622, as well as the Capital Collaborative on Race Equity and the Government Alliance on Race Equity and State of Health, the California Arts Council has been able to make great strides in our 7-year strategic framework, which holds racial equity at its core. Our mission is to strengthen arts and culture and creative expression as tools to cultivate a better California, where all Californians flourish with universal access to and participation in the arts. We've used the Healthy Places Index. We've developed and implemented racial equity statements, action plans, and a decision support tool that is both used in policymaking and grant making to ensure that our council and our staff have a fully researched understanding of the impacts of the decisions they make by using an equity lens all the time. We've recently hired the agency's first equity measures and evaluations manager to help with evaluation research, community outreach, and data-driven and data-informed policy recommendations. And just this year, we've launched the Creative Economy Work Group, thanks to the legislature, where 30-plus partners from across the state arts sector are developing a strategic plan to expand workforce opportunities and to develop new and additional pathways into California's creative fields. And because we are here in the Central Valley, I want you to hear about what's going on in the arts in the Central Valley from Central Valleyans. So I invite you to view the Big Tell Showcase 2023, which is a documentary film of 13 short stories produced by Central Valley filmmakers that was made possible through funds that were granted from the California Arts Council through the Kern Dance Alliance and the Community Media Access Collaborative. It is an up-close and personal example of the incredibly diverse people who exemplify how resilient, resplendent, and creative that all Californians are. Thank you so much.
Thank you. There are no more public comments for this item. I will hand it back to you, Chair.
Okay, at this time, we are going to recess till 1 o'clock. We're going to cut our recess for about 5 minutes, and then we will come back with the community forum. So thank you all.
Testing, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
One, two. Yeah, it should be fine. As long as they speak close to it. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
They're back here. It's not gonna.
Okay, we're going to ask everyone to start taking your seats.
Test. What's that?
We're going to ask people to come in and take a seat, please.
Should our staff, should we just make room for other people to sit? Community members? Right. That's what we were saying.
If you want to check it out, that's fine.
Yeah, we were just saying, it would make sense to let community members.
Unless you have questions. Good Lord. Okay. All right. No worries. Sounds good. We'll wait for you. Thanks. Oh, yeah. Great.
So I talked, I did, I was like, I brought it, I was not going to wear the tie. And then when I got here, it goes right here in the middle. And in my pocket.
Nice to meet you, Larissa Estes.
Chica, where do you want us to sit?
So we're gonna sit right here for now, and then we can
Put Dolores here, middle.
I'm gonna have this mic over here for public comment. I'm gonna bring their stand up
I'm
mic.
going to give a small intro. I'm so sorry. You're front and center for a reason. Kern County royalty. Front and center.
Mike's for live, Mike for live.
Okay. So welcome back. We hope you all had a good couple of minutes to eat something and to take a little break. Before we continue with our program agenda, I want to take a moment and thank you all for your patience as we work to ensure everyone present has the same quality experience. Due to unforeseen circumstances, we only have one in-person interpreter and one virtual that are alternating. To ensure they are taking breaks in between, we welcome all Spanish speakers to join us in the main room. Interpretation will be offered. However, when our interpreter needs a break, Spanish interpretation will be offered in the overflow room. You can move back and forth as you wish, and thank you for your understanding. We're sorry for the issues that happened during the last session that meant that we had to separate folks, and we'll be thoughtful about not doing that in the future. We're excited now to host our first community forum in Delano and Kern County. That was a pause for applause. Executive Order 1622 emphasizes the importance of engaging community directly, and we also heard that during the public forum, and meeting community where they are. We see today's forum as an opportunity to learn more about existing efforts related to racial equity in local communities and beyond. We believe that there is a lot to learn from each other to inform the development of the statewide racial equity framework. I'm excited to hear our upcoming panel facilitated by Commissioner Matthews, featuring organizations from the Central Valley and the Commission on the State of Hate. We'll have the opportunity and the ability to listen and learn about their independent journeys to advancing racial equity. Before we transition into the panel discussion, however, we now take any public comments related to agenda item 9, which is the community forum welcome.
Chair, would you like to continue with the forum welcome and then do public comment after?
Yes, let's do that. I will turn over to Dr. Estes.
Thank you. And thank you all for joining us this afternoon. We're so excited to be here. And you'll have to forgive our setup. We ran out of room and wanted folks to be comfortable. So the commissioners are back here, listening. This community forum is really to create space to engage the residents of Kern County, as well as up through Fresno and whomever's in this room. We really want to not only learn about some of the work that is happening here on the local level, but also at the state with the Commission on the State of Hate, but also begin to jump into dialogue as to what are some of the priorities that communities are experiencing and how state can better use data or how state can ask community for data, as just an example. So we're going to have a pretty interactive afternoon. I'm excited to hear from Ms. Huerta as well as Camila and the rest of our panelists on really their experiences and how we move this work of racial equity forward. So with that, I will transition over to Commissioner Matthews.
Any comments, space for public comment?
Do we have any public comment?
We have 4 in-person public comments for this item.
Okay.
Each speaker will have a maximum of 2 minutes to make their remarks. Speakers requiring or using translation services are allotted 4 minutes to facilitate full participation. A timer will be screen shared. Please monitor the timer and wrap up your remarks accordingly. Whether you are online or on the phone, you will be notified when your time is up. After that, we will mute your microphone. You do not need to take any additional action once we mute your microphone. Please go ahead and line up in the order your name is called. We will start with first 3 in-person public comments, and then we'll move on to the next 2. The first in-person public comment person for this item is Ryan Robertson. Ryan Robertson, are you here?
I think come over to that podium.
You can step up to the podium.
Okay.
Next.
So he'll wait till the next one.
Our next public comment speaker will be Alicia Aleman. She's not here.
Okay.
Our next public comment speaker will be Melissa Willette. Melissa, are you here?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Commission. It's an honor to be here. My name is Melissa Willette. I'm the president of SEIU Local 521, representing the Kern County and City of Bakersfield and other public sector workers here in California. And I'm also elected to the CalPERS Pension Board, the largest pension board in the United States. I'm really excited for this conversation and I'm grateful for the dialogue. I just wanted to talk a little bit about what it means for California to be the 5th largest economy in the world. It's a huge place of wealth, but whether we're talking about housing, income, or climate, low income and working class communities of color like those here in Kern County are getting the worst of it. We're talking, most of my workers have 2 jobs, they're driving hours and hours to work, and they still have a hard time making ends meet, let alone any time to spend with the community and their families that they need to recover. Climate change is bringing with that an increase in wildfires, floods, and extreme temperatures. Economic and climate disruptions are displacing us from our homes in California. And I think California needs to put the full force of its economic power to work to make sure that our communities are livable, affordable, sustainable, and healthy. So I'm asking for this commission to look into ensuring that corporations are paying their fair share and that they're not being used to target low-income communities of color, and that we use our economic power as a state to help those who need the most. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sarah Ford. Sarah Ford, are you here? You may step up to the podium, please.
And while she's stepping up, there is an overflow room that does have additional seating. I believe it's just down the hall if you all would like to have additional space.
Thank you for having me. My name is Sarah Ford. I am an organizer with SEIU 521 here in Kern County, focusing on federally qualified healthcare centers in Kern County, that's specifically Omni Family Health and Clinica Sierra Vista. Federally qualified centers are the largest healthcare system in California behind Kaiser. I highlight this because of the difference and disparities in the treatment that is received at Kaiser versus these federally healthcare centers. Specifically with Clinica Sierra Vista, we see patients of color and immigrants who are being slotted into 15-minute segments. This isn't 15 minutes with a doctor. This is 15 minutes to get vitaled, your medical history, and then to see your doctor. So if you have any issues that are outside that 15 minutes, you are rescheduled often multiple locations, which means that your health insurance is being billed many, many times Additionally, these patients often don't have transportation to these clinics, so they are relying on family members, they are relying on public transportation, Uber, whatever it takes, and so they can often miss these appointments as well. We've seen with Omni Family Health that specifically there was one clinic where they had no restroom for their patients or their workers. It is important to note that workers are also people from the community that are people of color. They're oftentimes women who are serving these communities. And we see that this disparity with patients is also translated into the workforce and how they're being treated by their employers. So we've seen workers being asked to go to Taco Bell on their break, getting UTIs because they have to hold their bladder so long. Things like this, and this is just the beginning. So we ask this commission to take these things, these stories into consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Laiwanda Aguilar. Can you please step to the podium? After Laiwanda Aguilar, we will have Yusidra and Kashanti.
Good afternoon. My name is Lawanda Aguilar. Sorry, I'm nervous. I'm a volunteer for SEIU 521. I was a former employee at Clinica Sierra Vista, so firsthand I can say that discrimination is a big thing there. We are treated differently. Patients are treated differently. It's all about numbers there. About productivity is what they push on the workers. How many patients can they see a day? And sorry, I'm super nervous. I'm not good at public speaking. Thank you. But mainly I wanted to shed light. It affects everybody of what's going on. Like she said, Sarah said, the 15-minute slots, not being able to take full breaks. And when we speak up for patients about having handicap or having anything for our patients, like better education on what medications they're taking, any topic that has to do with that, it's usually overlooked because all they care about is how many patients are they going to see that day. They pushed the number, it used to be up to 27 patients per provider a day. They pushed that number to, I believe, 37, if I'm correct. And it's not ideal. It's not enough time, and it's not fair to turn the cheek when it comes to say, because they want so much numbers, they're gonna overlook what's really going on. They're gonna push that back and like, okay, we'll set up another appointment for you. And it's not fair for our patients, and a lot of them leave not happy. So what we ask is, across the state, workers at unionizing healthcare facilities are leading transparency efforts and holding employers accountable for investing in things like safe staffing that support equitable health outcomes. How can we ensure workers are being protected from retribution or retaliation when they bring concerns or poor health outcomes to light? So I do not work at Clinica Sierra Vista no more because I was advocating for my coworkers and for the patients. And in the end, it's not fair. We're not fully protected. And we just ask that you stand with us because we are forming a union. We are doing it. It is a process. I see that you guys are giving a year for the community, and it's the same thing with us. And we just ask that you stand with us as well when it comes to speaking, because we need you just as much as you need us. That is all.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Yusidra Osby, followed by Kashanti Williams. Si necesitan interpretación, atrás en la mesa de atrás pueden recoger un dispositivo para que los puedan traducir a español. Una vez más, si necesitan interpretación en español, atrás pueden recoger un dispositivo para que les puedan dar la traducción en español. Gracias.
Oh, I made it. Navigation is key in Kern County. So I'm Isidra Osby again. I'm an executive director of community interventions, and I want to talk about community and what community looks like and feels like, and what it versus what it actually does. Right? Our community is very divided. It's like a crab in a bucket mentality because we have been forced to get to the goal first. And so, however you do it is however people make it seem, make it happen. Um, and it's because of a lack of, right? And so, there's so many inequities. The people that do fly down to try to help us, they come with their own ideas and they don't work for us. We need to be included in what we refer to as community centered, community driven, and that is across the board in education, in health, in racial equity. We have to use a multi-pronged approach because we've had only um, our lived experience to look towards for best practices. What works in other areas, in the metropolitan areas, don't work for us. So we have to be mindful of that so that we can be who we're looking for, not nobody else.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm nervous a little bit. I first off want to say thank y'all for inviting me here because we don't usually get this. I'm Krishanti Williams, the Outreach at Community Interventions, and I would like to express my gratitude for all of y'all presence um, here today. It is greatly appreciated. As a Black woman, it's hard for me to put my lived experiences in 2-minute remarks. I face challenges related to my existence, including ridicule and rejection of my style and appearance, as well as many others who look just like me. Moreover, my family and I have been neglected and disrespected due to our race, which has led to feelings of isolation and marginalization. Ooh, sorry, y'all, a little emotional. Tragically, my brothers have also fallen victim to mistaken identities, leading to devastating consequences. It is heartbreaking to devastating. It is heartbreaking that families are being torn apart for reasons that could have been avoided. What methods do you plan to utilize to educate and inform the community about current events? Because growing up in Bakersfield, we have been intentionally left out. What will the commission do to intentionally include all Black communities? Thank you.
Is Ryan Robertson or Alicia present? Ryan, may you step up to the podium? After Ryan, we have Alicia Aleman.
Hello, I'm Ryan Robertson. I work at Community Interventions. I'm an organizer. My question is, what do we do for transparency with equity amongst ourselves like today? The small things lead to big things. So like lunch, some of us ate sandwiches, some of us ate something else. How do we keep equity always applicable to the group that we're in and with the people we're attending to serve? So with that being said, I have a question. Like, what is your guys' realistic plan of being realistically equitable? Not just titling things that and then calling us together and it's not equitable.
Thank you. Our last commenter for this item is Alicia Aleman. Alicia, may you step up to the podium, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. It sounds like they already called me, so I'm here late. But my name is Alicia Aleman. I am here with SEIU 521. I am the Region 5 Vice President, and I am the Kern County Chapter President. I'm here to talk about healthcare. I was supposed to kind of piggyback on what Melissa had said. So if you remember what she said, this is where I'm picking back up on. Cancer is now the top condition driving healthcare costs and trends as more late stage cancers are identified and more expensive treatments are available. Cancer is one of the most common and costliest conditions, and catching it late is the most expensive, 3 times more expensive than detecting it in an early stage. If employers focused on early detection and are able to save thousands of dollars per case, wouldn't that potentially reduce the burden on our members? Approximately 39.5% of men and women will be diagnosed with cancer at some point during their lifetime. Although death rates for many individual cancer types have declined, rates for a few cancers have not changed or even increased. Black men are twice as likely as white men to die of prostate cancer. Individuals in rural areas are 14% more likely to die from cancer than their urban counterparts. Workers exposed to asbestos are 5 times more likely to develop lung cancer than those who are not exposed. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for this item. I will hand it back to you, Chair Wood.
Okay, right before we get going, I'll turn it over to Vice Chair Wright.
I just want to say thank you to those who showed up from the community to speak. This commission is nothing without the community. I want to do a special shout out to SEIU 521. Thank you very much. This shows that labor is part of the community, and they're part of the solution. And so we always have to keep that in mind. We don't only fight for benefits and things for workers, we fight for the community. So thank you again.
The floor is yours.
All right, thank you so much. I echo your comments, Commissioner Wright. And I just want to say thank you to all of those from SEIU and other members of the community who made public comments. We appreciate them, all right? And I think it speaks to something we'll hear from the panelists today, which is we've made some progress in some spaces, but we still have a long way to go. And that's why we're here. And so before I frame our panel, I have a couple of things that I want to share to frame it. But this is a really historic, important moment because of who we have in the room. You know, when someone visits your house, you always bring out like your best items, your best china and all that. We brought our best people. So can we give it up for the iconic Dolores Huerta? Fantastic. Thank you. And we'll start asking some questions in just a moment. I did want to say she has actually kind of lost her voice. And so her beloved daughter and the executive director of the Dolores Huerta Foundation, Camila Chavez, is here to respond as well. So let's give it up for her as well. Just a little context for this conversation today, as Commissioner or Chairman Wood mentioned earlier, March 21st is the UN Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. What a day to have this conversation in Kern County. I also think it's serendipitous that it's Women's History Month and that we're in the place where so many farm workers marched, Delano, California. Some died to achieve greater civil rights only a few decades ago, and Dolores was there. There is something sacred about places where human beings have sacrificed blood, sweat, and tears to make their world a better place. So we acknowledge that we stand on the shoulders of giants as we seek to continue this work of advocacy today. We are grateful, and I just want to, before we move forward, give a round of applause to all of those who have been part of this fight for decades, some that are here and some that are not here today. We also learned about the importance of understanding Prop 209 and affirmative action laws that will impact our work as a commission. Has some good discussion about the framework and what elements should be explored. And we want to just learn from practitioners today, some of the things that they have done and where they see this frontier moving forward, marching forward. For the sake of time, because we're a little behind schedule, I'm going to not recap why we're here as a racial equity commission. You'll have an opportunity to hear more about that during our open discussion. But as we transition to the discussion, just want to point out that we have several organizations from the Central Valley that are doing this work. And again, I would like to invite and welcome Dolores Huerta to share some lessons learned. You've been a consistent presence in this community since your early days organizing farm workers in the 1960s. And you're going to be how old next month? I believe it's 94 years old. So she's been doing this work for 70 years. And truly igniting the national movement for farm workers' rights. And so thank you so much for your incredible work. I know that you may answer some very short questions. Okay, Camila is answering all the questions. So the first question that I have, and it's personal curiosity, but I want the commissioners to be able to hear it as well in the community. So you've been doing this work for 70 years, 70 years. What has changed from the, late 50s, early 60s in this equity workspace? Maybe we didn't even call it that then, but it was equity work. It's racial equity work from then until now.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to say that it is my pleasure because so many times I've heard folks talk about Dolores and say that she's the voice for the voiceless. And now I get to be the voice for the voice of the voiceless. And this is very challenging, as you can imagine, for Dolores, who has so much to say. So we're going to do an equity exercise. And so she's going to jot down any notes she wants me to add to her already prepared notes, okay? So, when Dolores and Cesar began organizing in the 50s, they were with the Community Service Organization, and they left the organization to then start the United Farm Workers Union together. And then it was the NFWA, the National Farm Workers Association. And so when they began here in Delano, the birthplace of the Farm Workers Union, to begin organizing farm workers, many folks know the story that, farm workers were working in the fields. There were no toilets. There was no drinking water. They didn't have rest breaks nor hand washing facilities. And there were 0 health facilities. And we hear you, the folks that have, given testimony today about the problems with the clinics. Well, there were 0 clinics back then. And it was the Farm Workers Union that established the very first farm workers clinic right here in Delano at the 40 acres. We know that the Central Valley is very rich, right? Multi-billion-dollar industries. When it comes to oil and agriculture, it is not a poor area. However, we know that farm workers and others who produce the wealth do not benefit directly from this wealth. And we know that today that poverty rates still continue, right? With climate change, rainstorms, fires, droughts, back in the day, when farm workers were out of work, if they were undocumented, they could not get unemployment insurance. And it was Dolores and the Farm Workers Union who changed that. And in 1975, were able to pass the law at the state legislature saying that unemployed farm workers could receive undocumented farm workers could receive unemployment insurance. Let's see. We still, during the harvest season, workers, they come here to the Central Valley. Many still migrate to this day. And it was not too long ago that we actually received a call at our office that, some farm workers had arrived to the area and were sleeping in an orchard They had no housing. So this is a problem that continues. We were in Lamont last night with many of the commissioners and community members there, and that was one of the top issues, right, that folks were raising when it comes to racial equity, that housing continues to be an issue, as well as transportation, lacking strong public transportation infrastructure here in the valley, and it's very expensive to get transportation to schools, colleges, even here at this campus where we are, right there. It's not in the center of town, and so that folks still are challenged with accessing hospitals, right, in Bakersfield. So folks from the rural communities that have to make it here. And then in terms of education, that we continue to have major disparities. We have our education policy director, Ashley De La Rosa, who's here, who will speak more. But, we still have large numbers of folks going to prison, right? The Central Valley has built more prisons than universities here in the Central Valley, and we are the epitome of the school to prison pipeline here in the Central Valley. And that the US has more people in prison when you look at these really large countries like India and China, whose populations are in the billions, and that our prison population is still larger than theirs, even though our national population is about 300 million. And we know in the prisons it's Black, it's brown, and poor whites that fill those prisons.
Oh, wow. You have painted quite a comprehensive picture. And I think this commission would be remiss having you here in the room without asking really where you see this battle for equity going next. What is the next frontier? Where do you think we should focus?
Right. And so we know, just in terms in the labor movement, because we have folks here, that represent various sectors, that we also know that what has changed, right, from years ago in the 60s when the UFW first began, is that the labor movement is on the rise. Right. We know that other industries are organizing, fast food workers, Starbucks and Amazon workers, which I think has brought the labor movement to a different visibility than the recent past. And so when it comes to our education, as I mentioned, is that that we work, Dolores Huerta Foundation works with regional and statewide coalitions in trying to get police out of schools, because we know that education is so important when we talk about equity and economic advancement. And so some schools in California have been successful, right? So we have Oakland, Los Angeles, Santa Rosa, Coachella school districts that have been able to get police out of schools. And we know that law enforcement remains a big issue. And we're thankful for the Attorney General, Rob Bonta, who has come down specifically here in Kern County against Bakersfield Police Department and Kern County Sheriff's Department. Let's give a round of applause. So both of those departments have consent decrees. We are involved in the community advisory councils that are overseeing these policy changes that need to happen with both of these departments. And we know that statewide that there's more money going to law enforcement, right, than should be going, that money really should be going to education. Wanted to just talk about health as well, right, that we know that again, there are several clinics that are serving the rural communities, but we still lack doctors and other health providers. So we know that that's an issue, that it's hard to attract providers to the rural communities. Dolores wanted, to mention that when we look at the pregnancy mortality rates here in Southern Central Valley, from Modesto to Kern, that we are 35% higher than the state average. When it comes to pregnancy mortality rate, and that Black women are 3 times more likely to die than white women in the US. So infant mortality is at 50% higher in Kern County, and this is according to 2019 statistics. We also have the worst air quality. We have environmental toxins that are also affecting cancer rates. that are due to pesticides and these environmental toxins.
Well, again, quite the list. And one of the things that has always struck me about Dolores, so it sounds like you want her to share something
I'll
else.
get to that.
Okay.
we communicating here.
Communicating telepathically and also, but I remember the first time I met you was probably about 10 years ago, and you were speaking, and then I learned afterwards that you were in your mid 80s and you had just flown in from somewhere else. And just the strength that you have brought to this battle for 70 years. I want to ask a question because you've demonstrated courage, but I want to ask a question of you as her daughter. What do you think what is the why that has driven that level of dedication, commitment, and courage? And then how do we get it to everybody else? So I keep getting a cosign and amen from the youngest equity champion here in the room, but how do we get folks across the board and at all levels to embrace that same level of dedication and commitment and courage?
Yeah. So Dolores is purpose and power, right? So that we all have a purpose. Dolores has been, super driven, we know, and has not stopped in her 70 years of organizing. And that it's really about the power of the people, right, to make that change. And that's, the farm workers who have been successful and were successful against the multi-billion-dollar industry and all of the changes. And that the farm workers movement actually inspiring the Chicano movement, right? And so I think it's that level of the influence, the achievements that have been made and continuing to build on those successes to continue to organize more people.
You're welcome to talk too if you want, I know.
I think even with the mic, it'd be hard to understand her.
Fantastic. Well, I do want to bring our other panelists up in just a moment, but again, I think I'd be remiss if we had you in the room and didn't just ask the last question. What advice do you have for the commission and for all equity champions or aspiring equity champions across the state?
You want me to talk about this? Okay. All right. So, when Dolores was thinking about the changes, right, from when she first started organizing to what we're seeing now, and how it's really, that there are more community-based organizations. And I can also say that, from when we started the organization 21 years ago, of how many grassroots organizations have, bloomed here in the Central Valley. And, there are those working on various issues from the environment to health access, health equity, education equity. And so really that it's the state agencies partnering with these grassroots community-based organizations is different. And then Dolores and I were in conversation on the way here where, back in the day, right, when the farm workers were first starting, they, would get arrested like every other day. It was just like, driving down the road here in Delano and the sheriff's always pulling them over. And now there's a different kind of accountability. So of course, we still have issues with law enforcement. We still have many of these isms that we're facing, but what I think is different in what we were discussing is that we have friends in the state, right? That we have these state officers, we have the Secretary of State, the Attorney General, and others who are more progressive, right? And when we're having issues here in Kern County, for example, there was the Kern High School District said, oh, we're going to allow teachers and other staff to bring guns on campus. Right? They all thought that was a great idea. They were investing all this money. We went to the state and closed that loophole to make sure that no schools in the entire state would be able to allow their teachers to bring guns on campus, right? So I think that's one of the major differences when it comes to the systemic changes. The other is that, we still have work to do when it comes to local politics. So prior to redistricting of six Central Valley counties, 6 of them only had one VRA district, one Voting Rights Act district, meaning that there are more people of color eligible to vote in these districts where those residents and voters can actually elect their candidate of choice. Well, after redistricting efforts in 2021, now of those 6, they've either increased to 2 or 3 VRA districts. So we know that there's progress being made, especially when it comes to racial equity for voters. And now it's the work that we have to do to educate voters, to make sure that they're making it to the polls to vote. And here in the Central Valley, just wanted to share a story about why this is so important. Because when the pandemic hit, and I want to just acknowledge all of the soldiers that we have here, please raise your hand if you were one of the ones that was out in the communities doing the direct work to meet the demand of the crisis that we were facing with the pandemic. Please raise your hand if you were there doing that education, getting information and resources to our communities. Thank you. And what happened is that we know that money was coming down from the federal government, from the state government. And so we reached out to the director of the public health department and we said, we want to partner with you. We started United Against COVID Coalition. Many of the coalition partners are here in the room. And the director worked with us and we created a really strong plan, $1.2 million proposal. He took it to the supervisors and they voted against it. Why? 2 reasons. Because members of the coalition had posted social media posts saying Black Lives Matter and defund the police. They violated our First Amendment rights and we were not granted those dollars. Those dollars that we know cost lives. People died because of those decisions. Thankfully, Attorney General Rob Bonta's office did an investigation and just a few months ago came down with a stipulated judgment and verifying, yes, the Kern County Board of Supervisors violated our First Amendment rights, and there's training and other things, that they need to do. But we know that it is a matter of us continuing to hold our elected officials accountable. And we know that the Racial Equity Commission is a perfect partner and that we can all continue working for racial equity together.
You've written a book in 15 minutes. Can we give it up again for Dolores Huerta and her daughter, Camila Chavez? I'm going to move to this chair because we're going to invite our other panelists up to come finish this beautiful conversation. So can we give a round of applause for the rest of our panelists? They'll introduce themselves in just a moment. And there will be opportunities as well after the conversation to take pictures with Ms. Huerta and her daughter and anyone else you want to take pictures with. All right, so I'd like for you to introduce yourselves and we'll start at the far end. Claudia, we'll share that mic. And just coming down the line back this way, please share your name, your organization, and kind of what you're most proud of in your work as an equity leader.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Claudia Catota. Soy la directora sobre iniciativas de diversidad a la Universidad Estatal de California, Bakersfield. Hi, my name is Claudia Catota. I'm the Chief Diversity Officer and Special Assistant to the President at Cal State Bakersfield. I think in terms of what most important, I think Cal State Bakersfield has not had, centralized DEI work. And so I've held now 2 inaugural positions at the university that I'm really proud of in terms of setting the groundwork for the university.
We can clap for that.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Reina Olagues, and I'm the president and CEO of Building Healthy Communities, and I'm also the director of South Kern Soul. And then what else did you want me to share?
Just something that
I'm proud of. I'm just proud of the community-based organizations that have emerged, and they're stronger than ever. They're working together. Working together with just to create a healthy community for everyone, trying to advance health and racial equity for everyone in Kern County. And I'm proud of all of us.
Camila Chavez, Executive Director, Dolores Huerta Foundation. I'm proud of the redistricting successes that we had also in the State Assembly and congressional districts.
Needs no introduction.
I'm Russell Roybal. I'm chair of the California Commission on the State of Hate, and I'll talk a little bit more about the commission's work as we get to the questions. But I also just want to say it is an incredible honor to get to sit next to you, Dolores. I got to meet Dolores in 1998 when I was a young activist. And every decade, I actually have in my office pictures of us from every decade since then at different events that we've been at together. And I think that your legacy is important and to lift up. And I think what I learned most from you is that Si Se Puede is not just a slogan, but it is a pillar of organizing, and that it's important to be in this work for the long haul. So thank you for that. I don't think I ever told you, like, I consider you a mentor, but muchísimas gracias for everything. And what I'm most proud of that the commission does is that we produced our first report last year and identified our roadmap for how to collect data. And I'll talk more about data equity as we get into the questions.
All right, well, you know what? That was a great response. I love that. So why don't we start with you, Chair Roybal. In your work on the commission on the state of hate, when you are using data to make decisions that impact community or communities, what do you think about to make sure that the data supports the intended impact?
Well, let me first talk about what the commission does. So the commission was established by statute by the legislature in 2021. It was launched officially in December of 2022, so about the same time as the Racial Equity Commission. And its mission is to strengthen California's efforts to monitor, prevent, and respond to hate activity, as well as support those targeted by hate through community-informed research, education, and advisement. The commission scope of work, we've adopted a very broad view of hate, given that hate and often systemic and all acts of hate, from hate crimes to microaggressions. So it's not just going to the level of a crime, but that there are microaggressions and hate incidents that occur in our daily lives and have the potential to cause harm. And so our three strategic priorities are to provide a comprehensive accounting of hate activity in California, to develop recommendations for reducing hate crimes, and to develop recommendations for enhancing the resources and support for people and communities affected by hate. And to get to your question, the foundation of our work is really community input and rigorous research and data to ensure that our recommendations are evidence-based and community-informed and centered. I am not a data scientist. I am not a researcher. I am not an academic. I am an organizer and an activist, and I understand the power that can be leveraged by understanding the data to create change and to deliver justice for our communities. So that is the way that we look at the data that we are collecting. For instance, in California, the #1 target of hate crime, reported hate crimes, and what I want to underscore to all of you is that hate crimes are vastly underreported nationwide, and in particular in our state. We have 58 counties. 10 counties in our state reported 0 hate crimes. Here in Kern, in 2022, 10 hate crimes were reported. In 2021. In 2022, 25 hate crimes were reported. The data is not yet available for 2023, but I think all of us know that those numbers are very, very low. And there are a lot of reasons why folks don't report, including language access, including not wanting to talk to law enforcement. And so the Civil Rights Department, where the commission is based, has developed a new program called California versus Hate, which is a non-law enforcement way to report hate crimes or hate incidents. And again, it's not just crime, but hate incidents. So if you go to californiaversushate.org, or you can call 888-8-NO-HATE, you can report anonymously. It does not require you to submit any contact information, but you will be paired with a care coordinator who will get you available resources if you are a victim of hate or if you know someone who's a victim of hate. And that will give us another way to collect data throughout the state that is not law enforcement driven. And the last example I will give is that Riverside County, one of the largest counties in the state, reported 0 hate crimes in 2022, right? We know that that is not true. And so our efforts at the commission are to change that, to encourage more data reporting, and to create alternative ways for folks to be able to report so we have a clearer picture of what's happening in California.
Thank you. I heard some folks tentatively clapping. Go ahead, you can clap for their responses. And thinking about intersectionality, this next question is for you, Camila. So you mentioned, Chair Roybal, that, you know, the data that we are looking at and collecting, it is not just quantitative data, it's qualitative. And really some of that data must come from community. And so my question for you, Camila, is how have you seen, because you also have a long storied, iconic career with organizing and community impact, how have you seen community empowerment evolve right here in Kern County throughout your career? And how do you think that intersectionality could potentially inform the commission's work on how we collect data and so forth?
Yeah. So as I briefly mentioned, that in the last 21 years, since I have been working with my mom and in the community, we have what are called Vecinos Unidos, Neighbors United chapters. And so we are all the way from Palmdale, Antelope Valley area, Kern County, Tulare, and Fresno. And so I think the biggest thing is, the number of grassroots community-based organizations that have emerged, the environmental justice organizations, education, equity, organizing work, the Promotora network has really expanded. And then those of us that are also working in the health equity work, right, with the United Against COVID. But I think the number one thing that has been the big game changer is the philanthropic dollars that have come into the community. And I always give credit to the California Endowment with the Building Healthy Communities initiative, right? And that, they invested 10 years. And in that 10 years, we have so much to really show for that investment that they made here. And so I feel like that's the biggest thing. And I was actually just with California Wellness Foundation and their board and talking about how sometimes those the foundations, forced marriages, right? They're like, okay, we're going to give you money, but you have to work together, right? And so the other thing is really the level of coalition building. And that's, I think, where the intersectionality, the intergenerational organizing within our organization alone, right? We have youngsters as young as 12 all the way to 94, working together to really help have to coach, right, grassroots advocates to hold their elected officials accountable.
Fantastic. Thank you. We can give her a round of applause as well. Thank you. So, I'm going off script a little bit, but you mentioned the California Endowment, and I know that building healthy communities, flows from the California Endowment. And I also know, per some of the work that we've done together in the community, that you are truly a master, a guru of working well with folks in the community. What is the secret, the ground level of bringing different community organizations together to bring data and information to bear that could inform changes at the state level? Raina.
Thank you, Trico, for that question. And the secret is what Camila mentioned, forged marriages. When the California Endowment started funding the Building Healthy Communities initiative, they just didn't fund Building Healthy Communities as a hub. They funded nonprofit organizations so that they could have the capacity that they need so that they could be part of the coalitions. We led the work through, through informed by people, because it was a very hot summer day in Lamont where about 600 people came together to talk about what are some of the most pressing issues that impacted them. Education came up. Their kids were being suspended and expelled at very high rates. Health access came up. People didn't have access to healthcare. They were undocumented. And so then that's where the Health for All, the Health for Kern Coalition was born, and now Medi-Cal expansion for undocumented communities exists. It was through the California Endowment Health Access efforts. And data that was funded by philanthropic organizations, by the California Endowment, working with UC Merced labor and the farm worker labor study that just happened, that helped inform the farm workers that we have in our communities and how they don't have access to health care. And so all of these things together, community, food brings people together. So always making sure we have food at our events, and listening to the community-based organizations, because a lot of the times the community-based organizations are also getting funded to do the same work, to drive health access. How do we connect instead of working in silos? And I think building healthy communities with all of our other partners, we have gotten that recipe right. We're doing it amazingly. Now we're doing, we're advocating for policy and systems change within health systems. And a very big win that I'm very proud to share that occurred recently is Kern Health Systems, their commitment to equity, and they're walking the talk. And that's being led by Traco. How did this happen? They allocated $2 million to partner with community-based organizations. And so now these community-based organizations are working together to make sure that we're reaching those most vulnerable communities that need that trusted messenger, that need that one-on-one conversation from a promotora. And that's allowing us to do that. So very, very grateful for that partnership. And I wish that, just real community-based partnerships that are authentic. Right now, we're seeing some funding coming from the state that's requiring cities and counties to partner with community-based organizations, and we cannot dilute that. We need to make sure that those partnerships are intentional and that that money is going to the communities that need it the most through the community-based organizations and through those partnerships.
Thank you. And thanks for the shout out. You don't have to say nice things about me just because. No, I truly appreciate you. I want to just take a kind of a different thing, because this morning and even in our conversation today, we've dropped lines about education quite a bit. And we know that really, again, in the spirit of just intersectionality, health, education, all of these things intertwine. And so, Claudia, how has CSU Bakersfield's diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives and work really shaped the university in your time there and really impacted the broader community?
Thank you, Traco. And everybody loves Traco, right? So another shout out for Traco. But somebody in the open comments said, we're not a metropolitan community. We're different. We're very unique. And I think that really drives the work that we do at the university. We talk about data. Data is also very important in the educational sector. And I think knowing Bakersfield, Kern County, where the demographics are going at the university, we've seen 20 to 30% increase in Latinx, Latine, Latino students at the university in the past 10 years, right? We're seeing an increase. The majority in this county is becoming Latino, Latine, Latinx. And so what does that mean for the university, right? And so one of the conversation, and unfortunately, right, we talk about people power, representation. I've been the only Latino on cabinet, on the highest level of management at the institution. So I almost feel like there's a duty, right, as someone who represents the community to say, this is what conversations we need to have. Who are the Latino students? Where are they struggling? What can we do to be a more intentional Hispanic serving institution and have those conversations, right? Intersectional data. We often talk about Latino communities as being this very homogeneous community, right? But we know the intersectionality in terms of race, immigration status, nationality, gender orientation, sexual orientation. And so it's really important as an institution to have a conversation about who are increasing populations on our campus to make sure that our students feel supported and seen. And so I feel a part of these conversations and panelists who, I often frequently engage with on different community initiatives. I think part of what's really unique and special about this community is that it's a small community. I see people in the audience. I'm like, oh yeah, I worked with you at some point in my career, in my life here at CSUB and in this county. And so I'm so happy that that's the direction the university is going with. Of course, we're not at where we need to be, but at least we're having those conversations. And there's some initiatives that are starting that, for example, the President's Latino Advisory Council that I know Dolores Huerta Foundation sits, as well as the Cesar Chavez Foundation sits, and Reina, I think, got an invitation as well. We have a Hispanic Serving Institution Advisory Fellow. We have a HSI advisory group that we're starting. And so laying, the foundation, the groundwork for this work to come.
Thank you so much. Excellent. So I was going to have you start there, but I see Dolores feverishly writing. And so I don't know if there's something particular you wanted to share as a tag along to something we've already mentioned, but you're welcome to if you like. Oh, she's taking, okay, fantastic. Excellent. Just wanted to show that respect there. So the question that I have, and let's start right there with Claudia, because I know we've done some work as well. And some days you go to work and you say, I want to be an equity champion. And the world wakes up and says, no, you're not. We're going to fight you every step of the way. It can be difficult. And I know that Camila was sharing some of the challenges yet to face. But because this work is difficult, it takes courage to show up, to be resilient, to keep on pressing forward. What is your personal why for why you continue to do this work? And I just want to give you an opportunity to maybe inspire others.
I think for me, Chaco, this isn't about me. It's for those that come after me. And that's the way I see this work. For me, my identity is very important. So my parents are domestic workers, immigrants from El Salvador. And so that really drives who I am. I don't think I've been where I would be right now, where I am right now, if it wasn't for those educational opportunities. So that what really drives me is I want that next generation of students in this community, in this county, to have those same opportunities that I did. And so when I see our students, I love CSUB. I've been there for about 11 years. I see them and I'm like, I'm working for you. I'm working for your access. I'm working for your betterment, for your well-being. 75 to 80% of our alumni stay in this county. So we know if we invest in our students, our county will be all right. And so that's what drives me.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing it. I'd love for all of you to answer that question because I know everyone will have a different perspective or take.
Thank you, Trico. My why is my community. Farm workers, communities that are vulnerable. I come from a community, from an immigrant, undocumented family. I was undocumented until the age of 14, and so to me, I used to think someone's going to take care of us. Someone's going to make sure that if we shouldn't be drinking this water, they're going to tell us. And and we're those people. We are those advocates that if we see something wrong, if we don't speak up, then we're failing our communities, our most vulnerable communities. I do this for my 12-year-old daughter who just recently learned about climate change, and she's very worried. And she tells me, "Mommy, are you working to make sure that our world is going to be good when I grow up?" And so she's invested. And we just somebody needs to do it. Sometimes there's communication opportunities, what's in the billboards and who's running those billboards and who's ensuring that we're providing that education. Because sometimes our communities, if we don't see it in a billboard, then it's not that important. And so it's making sure we work together to try to advance that message for the most vulnerable communities.
Thank you.
So for me, very similar to Reina, and I'll just share that last year I was at a conference and I heard this statistic that the average age of the white American is 55 years old in this country. The average age of the African American in this country is 30. The average age of the Latino in the United States is 12 years old. Okay, my son is also 12 years old. right? And so that's really my why. Like when I wake up every morning and I'm like, okay, in 6 more years, he's going to be eligible to vote. And so are all the other 12-year-olds that we have, right? And so this like sense of urgency, right, as far as doing that education. And my kids just this morning, okay, we're going to get to the, my 12 and 8-year-old, we're talking about how they're going to get to the library early at school today. And I said, to work on our plan. And I said, what is your plan? We have to make a plan because we need to save the elephants, right? Because of climate change. And I'm just like, okay, well, tell me about that plan when you get home, right? And so also, you know, what our children are experiencing, right? It's really challenging. And then Dolores, hers is also youth, right? That we lack recreation for youth and as well as adults in our communities, and especially the children with disabilities, right? That's her why. And representation on school boards, city councils, and then do you want to talk about the library, how here in Kern County they're underfunded? Yeah, so libraries here in Kern County are really underfunded. The the library in Lamont is only open 2 days a week. Folks tried to do something about that. They went to do, I think it was just like a quarter-cent tax. I don't think it was even a whole penny, and Kern County voters voted it down. Okay, so something really wrong. And then there are other taxes, so that they do approve, that goes to the police, right? And so it's really about doing more voter education so that we can vote for our families and for our communities and not against our interests as a community. So representation is the last word.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Clap for you both.
I guess for me, it's impossible to ignore what's happening. In California, the Black population in California is 6.5%. Over 30% of reported hate crimes are Black and African Americans are the targets. The number one indicator or the number one reason why folks are targeted for hate crimes, the reported hate crimes the data shows, is due to race, ethnicity, and national origin. As someone who identifies as a person of color, who identifies as a queer person, as a non-binary person, those communities are under threat and under attack. And I learned a long time ago from folks that if I want to change something, I got to organize. And I think it is to look at that data and not do something. I just don't know how anyone can do that. And so, you know, I feel like my purpose has been, both with this commission and the work that I've done throughout my career, is to make sure that folks who with the least power, wealth, and opportunity have that opportunity. And any way that I can do that through this work on the commission or through the work that I've done at my job, different jobs over the years, that's what drives me.
Thank you. So we could talk for hours, I'm sure, the rest of the day, but we have 3 minutes and 42 seconds left. So I have one closing question that I'd like to ask. Let's start here again, and then we'll just move it down the row. But achieving racial equity in all spaces and at all levels, we know is going to be a continued series of long-term efforts. And so while the commission can't do everything, I want to moderate expectations on that. It can do some things. Looking forward, how can the Racial Equity Commission move the needle? And I'd love to get your individual perspectives on what we should prioritize, and we're taking notes. We'll start with you, Chair Roybal.
Well, I mean, be visible. California should be a place for everyone. We should welcome everyone. You know, earlier one of the speakers said, you know, we're like the 4th or 5th largest economy in the world. This should be a place of abundance for everyone that wants to call it home. So I think, you can hear me getting emotional, but I moved back to the state after being gone for about a dozen years because California is where it's at. And I want our state to be better. And I think that the commission can do by being visible, by taking the show on the road to places like Kern County, not San Francisco, not Los Angeles, not San Diego, where I live, but in the rural parts of the state that where people are struggling. And that's not to say people are not struggling in the cities, but someone earlier said that this, one of the public commenters said, we don't often get this opportunity. So I want to thank the commission for creating that opportunity and encourage you to continue to create more in the places in California that are often neglected.
Thank you.
Okay, so for Dolores, she's saying that the first big step is this convening. Today is a good example. So continue to host these meetings and keep communications ongoing.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
And keep an eye on the agencies.
Accountability. I heard you.
And for me, I'm just going to keep it real simple because we're almost out of time, to really prioritize people over profit. So anywhere of the agencies and all of that, healthcare, education, prioritizing people over profit.
Thank you.
Thank you. To me, it's, you mentioned data, Draco, but I feel that our communities are missing a lot of data. Our Black community, we need to double down on our Black community and ensuring that we're getting the data that we need to get to help inform the decisions and agencies and the projects and programs. Young people, how are we starting to look at young people and how are we surveying young people? How are we doubling down also on making sure that we are addressing the needs of the youth? Mental health is a very big issue among our young people, but how do we know that, right? How are we making sure that we have those? How are we partnering with Veronica Terriquez from UCLA to make sure that we are ensuring that our young people are informing the information? And also, how are we also making sure that the agencies are using Cal EnviroScreen and the tools that we have developed that are amazing? Cal EnviroScreen lets us understand, the social determinants of health, because if we really want to address these issues, we need to go to the root cause. The root cause is a system of incarceration. We have a broken system that was not created for us. So we need to reform, transform, and work together to ensure that we do that.
Thank you.
I think, especially for this community and doing DEI work, it's extremely difficult. And so having a narrative why this is important, I think is really our first step. I think, Draco, when we start putting the panel together, I asked you, what's the goal? Where are we going? Why are we doing this, right? So understanding why, defining why, making sure that there's a communication to communities, hearing from communities, I think is important for this work.
Awesome. Thank you so much. All right. Like I said, I wish we could continue this conversation for another hour. I know we would continue to hear incredible wisdom and insights, but can we give a round of applause for all of our panelists? Thank you for sharing. And once again, for the iconic Bakersfield, Kern County, statewide royalty, Dolores Huerta. Thank you so much. All right, you'll have opportunities. I believe we're having a break right after this to come up and take pictures and shake her hand or greet her, but I'm going to turn it back over to Chair Wood, Commissioner Wood.
Okay. I think we need to do public comment first.
Oh, sorry, public comment.
So we will now take any public comment related to agenda item number 10, racial equity strategies in communities and across the state, conversations and panel discussion.
Thank you. As a reminder, we will have in-person comment first. I will begin the public comment period by reading the names of everyone who signed up to comment on this item, which is item number 10. For our virtual commenters, when you hear your name, please raise your hand in Zoom. You can do this by clicking the raise hand under the participants menu, which you can also find at the bottom of your screen on the Zoom platform, or if you're on phone by pressing *9. You will have 2 minutes to make your comment. The timer will be presented on the screen. If you're calling in, we will notify you when your time is up. We will start with in-person comments. When you hear your name, please line up by the podium in the order your name was called. I will then call you individually to the podium to speak. Our first in-person public comment is Grace Huerta. Grace Huerta, can you step up to the podium, please? If you would like to submit public comment for this item and have not filled out a form, please go ahead and get one at the back of the room, and then go ahead and submit it over to the person there.
Okay, let me get my notes together. I'm so inspired. This is where, I mean, we're all, it's wonderful, wonderful to be here. Good afternoon, members of the Racial Equity Commission Board. I appreciate and value the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Grace Huerta. I am a mother of 2 adult children. Let me pick this up a little bit. I'm a mother of 2 adult children with developmental disabilities, Micaela and Roman Huerta, and mother-in-law to Diego Cruz, a person in the autism spectrum. It is a true lived experience, day to day, taking on the many challenges that families and people with developmental disabilities face every day. What do we face every day? Public perception, the view of what disabilities are. I can tell you right now that my children are employed. My daughter and Diego are married. They're in the spectrum and working every day, living meaningful lives. Access and to supports and services continues to be a very difficult challenge. The regional center system is distributed the purchase of services through what we call a statewide network of 21 regional centers. Currently, I am a co-founder of the Kern County Exceptional Family Center, chair of El Arc de California, a statewide organizing movement focused specifically on the California's Latino disability community, and I'm also vice president of the ARC of California. Now, if I may, because I have a feeling you love data, so I brought a gift. I wish it was cookies, but I wish it was tamales, something, Delano. But you know what? You've been teaching us today how data is important. And I know as families, we get tired of it, but it is important. Bring your data because that is your proof. That is your evidence that something is not right and needs to be corrected. So if I may, I guess I'll pass it to you. What I'm passing to the commission is data on the purchase of service expenditure report. The reality of racial and ethnic disparities continue to plague the California Department of Developmental Services system. For over a decade, the data continues to show that a large gap of spending exists by race, ethnicity, and where people live. Per data report, right here is evidence that white consumers receive the most per capita, $40,000, compared to the Spanish-speaking $16,000, a difference of $24,000. Something is not right. The race and ethnicity chart below on page 3 shows that the KRC consumers of Hispanics is 55% compared to only 26% white. The Spanish Hispanic consumers are the most negatively impacted, many walking away without disability support and services. And the critical part is that is they don't return. The challenge to disparities we're hearing today is there's not just one path to achieve racial equity. It's a lot of work, but let me tell you, we're going to do it. And thank God the commissioners are here to say we're not alone. I'm here today to urgently ask the Racial and Equity Commission Board to support El Arc de California. It's brand new. We not only bring data, but we bring solutions that will finally move the disparity needle in the right direction. We're working hard. 4 summits have already been organized in Spanish speaking. The purpose is to give Spanish families a platform to voice. We are the solutions. We are the familias. We're the families. It's about our children. We have 3 action steps. I know I'm going to go a little bit fast because we have no time. The 3 action solution steps that we have created are the denial of purchase of services. When denied, each regional center must document what steps were taken to help the family make connections and provide specific data why the reasons for the denial. Number 2, ensure transparency and accountability. Denials and appeals must be made public at the annual community public meeting. And if you look at the disparity report on the chart here, denials and appeals are not made public. Why? We need to know. Denials Department of Development Services will identify, we are asking for an independent agency that will perform checks and balances. Denials are to be documented in the individualized program plan, including the reason and the generic resources that were provided to the family after the denial. That's not happening. People are walking away without knowing why their children are not receiving services. Finally, disparity has its complicated issues. At ARC of California, with all our collaborative partners throughout the state, we are the disability rights movement. We are positioned to continue its fight to identify and to dismantle the barriers and secure equal access for all individuals. But commissioners, your support is needed. We can't do it alone. It's a statewide problem with all 21 regional centers. And I'd like to end with a quote from Dr. Martin Luther King. There comes a time when one must take a position that is neither safe, nor polite, nor popular, but he must take it because conscience tells him it is right. And in honor of Dolores Huerta, we can't let people drive wedges between us because there's only one human race. Thank you, Commissioner, for giving me this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you for your comments. One of the things I want to be able to make sure that we're aware of is that it's in terms of time we have, we're supposed to be closing at 3. And so I have not been doing a great job of moving folks along when their 2 minutes is expired, especially when they're giving such powerful information and testimony. And yet, moving forward, I'm going to be doing that. So just a heads up.
Thank you, Chair. We have 6 more in-person public comments for this item. When you hear your name, please line up by the podium in the order your name was called. I will then call on you individually to the podium to speak. Will Otis Bell, Verona Vaz, Takoa Kadara, and Kashanti Williams please line up at the podium? Our next in-person public comment will be Otis Bell.
Hello, my name is.
Yeah, that was a quick answer.
Sorry about that. Hello, my name is Otis Bell. I'm just here to talk about my brothers and sisters that's locked up right now and eventually getting out. I was born and raised in Kern County, where the method is to come on vacation and leave on probation. That's a really real thing because I was a part of it. I'm just here to talk about the programs when they do get out. There's no programs for them or a lack of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment speaker will be Veronica Vasquez, City Council Member Veronica Vasquez.
I was trying to mentally prepare after everyone else. Hi, everyone. I'm losing my voice, Joe. I'm Veronica Vasquez. I'm on the Delano City Council. I went to school in the Bay Area, so I think I told you earlier, like, I have not felt this type of love in this Real Talk since such a long time. I got my master's in social work at Cal State East Bay, and I came back home to help my community. And 2007, and we are finally having this conversation that has been needed for so long. I am a product of my family, the United Farm Workers. So, and it's a laugh, and it's not a laugh because it's like, it took how many generations for somebody to be on the Delano City Council? And not only am I on the Delano City Council, I have my master's of social work. I went away, I came back, and I'm a product of, if you have the resources, things can happen. So the reason I'm speaking today is because I want to have a real conversation. My full-time job is I'm a child protective services CPS social worker. And I'd love to see statistics because statistically, we're not high in regards to African American, but yet in the system, we have too many in the system that are not getting the services that they need. The person that spoke up in regards to services, it's correct. It is hard for me to provide services to my clients when we don't have services to provide. The main goal is family reunification, but how does that happen when we can't provide the services needed? A lot of our clients are set up for failure. Our children cannot reunify. And I will tell you, the system is not the people to be raising our kids. So when you're looking at whatever you're going to do, help our foster youth, but also the preventative services, because there's many times where our foster youth don't even need to be in the system. It's because our parents had to go through these barriers and go through these loops. And then by the time the 18 months, 24 months happens, reunification can't happen anymore. So when you're looking at numbers, look at that, because do preventative services so that our caseloads don't have to be high. They don't have to be high. And a lot of our youth don't have to be in the system. I know you're 2 minutes. And then the other thing is women. As a social worker and women of color, there are a lot of working class women who don't have the benefits, who have to have 2 to 3 jobs. Our county employees. I'm also 521 shop steward. I represent women all the time, every day, every week. They should not be going through harassment, retaliation, and not being able to pay for, food, rent, all that stuff. And then all of a sudden, they're receiving the assistance that they're providing to the community. So please look at all that. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment speaker will be Tekoa Kadara. Will Hema Perez and Brandy Taylor please line up at the podium as well? Thank you.
Thank you guys for having me today. It's an honor to be here. It's an honor to be here today with Ms. Dolores Huerta, the panel, the commission. I'm here to talk a little bit about some of the problems we're having in Allensworth with our state historic park and the park system. I'm part of a group that in 2022 wrote a grant to get $40 million that came into the community. Out of that $40 million, $10 million went to our farm projects through CDFA. 1.6 million went through our Civic and Resiliency Center through CNRA. The issue is we had to fight and hire a lobbyist to go get that money. State Parks kept it all. Okay. So eventually CNRA helped us get the money. CDFA helped us get some money, but $28 million is still stuck at the state park. We offered, in our grant, we suggested a Center for Understanding that told the story of this enormous lake that used to be here, that told the story of the largest population of indigenous people in the country, that told the story of the Allensworth, the Colonel Allensworth story, that told the story of Ms. Dolores Huerta and Cesar Chavez in this historic land that we stand on right now, which is Allensworth is right next door. That told all these stories and tell the stories where we're trying to go and where we are now, or where we are now and where we're trying to go. But State Parks wants to build a visitor center with our $28 million. So if you go to Allensworth now and you visit Allensworth, I ask you, what is there to buy there? What would you buy from that visitor center in Allensworth if you've ever been there? So our proposal is a Center for Understanding, a museum, an amphitheater that tells the story, that tells the one story of all of us. It's not many stories, it's one story. Some parts have just been hidden. So that's our proposal, and we're looking for assistance in helping us alleviate this situation with state parks. Because a $28 million visitor center in Allensworth, if you've ever been there, it just doesn't make any sense.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kashanti Williams.
Hello again. First, I want to thank the thank the commissioners for creating this panel. And then I also want to thank our partners that are on the panel for uplifting our struggles. I want to thank Russell and DOJ for Stop the Hate and the new website, California versus Hate. We are ready to stand on the shoulders of our ancestors.
Thank you. Hema Perez, will you step up to the podium, please?
Hola, perdón porque mi inglés no es bueno. pero yo más que nada estoy aquí porque quiero darles las gracias por esta oportunidad de estar todos aquí.
Gemma saying she's apologized. Her English is not the best, but she would like to thank everyone for being here.
Por poder llevar la voz de nuestra comunidad y poder llevar la experiencia de este gran tema y esta reunión que tuvimos hoy.
For listening and taking the voices of our communities, and for this listening session, and for this great experience that we had today.
Y por tanta gente tan importante y con tanto poder como todos ustedes.
And for such important people with so much power that are here today.
Y yo pregunto, ¿cómo podemos seguir colaborando para que esto sea un éxito?
And she's questioning or asking, how can we continue to collaborate for this to be a success?
Gracias.
Thank you. And sorry, just to add, I'm Elizabeth Martinez. We work together, but a lot of us work together here in the county. And it would be great and ideal to have free education for all, free, medical services for all. And we thank you all for being here today, for listening to us and to all the community. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Gracias. Thank you. Brandy Taylor, will you step up to the podium, please?
Yes. I feel stuck. Okay. My name is Brandy Taylor, and I got up because I heard you. I have 5 boys in California, and I got all ages, well, most ages. And my 15-year-old, he in group home in San Bernardino, and that's because they didn't have the resources in Bakersfield for him. So it's hard to get out there and see him like every week. And so like he had his court date last Friday, and he supposed to came home, but since I didn't have the ride and stuff to make the visits, it making it harder for me. My son, he told me not to talk about it or whatever, because I'm a positive and happy person. So I appreciate you bringing that up, and I appreciate my boss to tell me about it, because I wouldn't know nothing about this. And it's good to get my opinion and my feelings out, because when I talk to him, I fuss at him like, woo, but he just want to go back to juvenile hall to have visits, and that's bad because all your time gonna start over. But we do need more resources, and when I do go to the juvenile halls and stuff, it is brown and dark people mostly in there. So please just take that as, for me, I need more resources down here in Bakersfield instead of way out there, My family, we strong, me and my kids, we real tight. But this situation, they everywhere now. They like the bubble is broke, and I don't like it, And my oldest one is 18, and he got hemmed up by the police, never had a record. We came from Mississippi like 2 years ago, and like thrown, like just because who he was hanging out with. But when you read his name or whatever they do, he should not have got thrown up and this and that and this and that. And now he's really just hurt by it. And it's not more hurt, it's more angry. And that's the problem with the black cultures and maybe the brown and poor whites or whatever. They get angry, and then they want to smile because you gotta have peace in my house. I don't like all that other stuff. So they gotta put a mask on and then take the mask off and all that other stuff. And kids nowadays, they can't make it in California. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I'm not saying black, white, but mostly how I feel, the black man, young men, got it way harder to show their feelings, they heart, and it's just sad. It's really sad. Like, you look at my son, you think they happy, smiling, da, 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 da. But really, they really scared. Like my son, he 18, he ain't never been through that. No records, no nothing. But the person that he hang out with, you know, it's just bad. Like, he got a mark on his face, and he like, Mama, we need to do something. We can sue him. We can do something. And I'm like, I don't know what to do. You know, I'm low. I'm not up there like everybody else, and they won't hear me out like everybody else and stuff like that. And he just scared. My 15-year-old, he a twin, and his twin go to East, and he get talked about by his nappy hair, and boy, he too old to care about that, but they really do. You know, being in a single home, a mother, like one parent home with 6 kids, I can't buy y'all all that other fancy stuff and this and that, this and that. I just know how to make y'all look nice and go to school. But then they gotta face the schools. You know, they got all type of stuff going on in the schools, and it's not right. You know, so I was just really moved by what you said, and I appreciate for taking a moment to hear me out.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for this item. I will hand it back to you, Chair Wood.
Okay. At this point, should we go to Joyce? Yes. Okay. Floor is yours.
Okay, great.
Thank you to our panel.
Are we doing should I wait for the translation? Give us just a moment. We're trying to ensure that we have some translation for. We're ready? Okay. Thank you. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. For those of you who did not join us this morning, my name is Joyce Chow. I'm a consultant working with the Racial Equity Commission.
Buenas tardes a todos. Los que no estuvieron esta mañana, yo soy Joyce Chao, soy una consultora que estoy trabajando con la Comisión de Equidad.
This is going to be a very difficult agenda item to follow. But as we transition to the break, I wanted to let you all know we have a community discussion coming up and wanted to share a couple of quick instructions, guidance for folks who want to engage.
Este va a ser un tema un tanto difícil para darle seguimiento, pero antes del descanso quería yo darles algunos lineamientos para que puedan seguir adelante.
Okay, so this afternoon we were fortunate to hear from such an amazing set of panelists, community members who shared your stories with us. Thank you so much. We know that there are many more stories out there. Many more community members who have their own perspectives, their own experiences, and we really cannot underscore the importance of community engagement and really hearing and listening.
Tenemos un excelente panel de gente asombrosa, ¿no? Y hemos escuchado sus historias y queremos hacer hincapié en la importancia de realmente escucharlos y de compartir esas historias.
So we will share more after the 15-minute recess, but for now, we do want to invite everyone to start with 2 activities during the break.
Tendremos más para ustedes después del receso de 15 minutos, pero por ahora queremos informarles de 2 actividades que podemos hacer durante el descanso.
The first one is to find somebody you do not know and share your name, what brought you to this meeting today, and your thoughts to this question: who is someone you admire in your community and why?
La primera es encontrar a 2 personas a quienes ustedes no conocen y compartir con ellos su nombre, qué los motivó a venir a esta reunión y y su respuesta a esta pregunta. ¿Quién es alguien a quien admira usted en su comunidad y por qué?
Okay. Activity number 2 is going to involve phones if folks have them on them. So you'll go to that QR code in the bottom right corner, take your camera out, scan it, and then open the link to the website in your browser. If you need, there should be Wi-Fi, guest Wi-Fi in the room that you can access.
La segunda actividad involucra su teléfono celular. Si lo tienen, abran su cámara y dirijan la cámara hacia el código QR que está en la esquina inferior derecha. Eso los va a llevar a abrir un enlace. Abran ese enlace y ahí habrá instrucciones para ello. Si necesitan ustedes acceso a Internet, se puede obtener a través de la red local en el cuarto donde van a estar buqueados.
Okay, and then once you're in that room, the QR code room, you'll enter a screen name to join and then respond to the question: when you think of racial equity, what words come to mind? This is open brainstorming. There's no right or wrong answer, and you can submit as many responses as you'd like, as long as you keep each one to 1 word.
Una vez que estén en el espacio del enlace, entonces van ustedes a ingresar palabras que les vengan a la mente cuando ustedes piensen en la equidad racial. No hay respuestas correctas ni incorrectas. Pueden ingresar el número de respuestas que ustedes deseen.
Okay, then we'll come back after the break and look at some of our responses. Thanks so much, everybody. I'll pass it back to you, Chair Wood.
Regresaremos entonces después del descanso. Esperamos ver sus respuestas y regresa para usted el micrófono, Sherwood.
Okay, so so we could go to a break. I think that what we're going to do is take a much shorter break. We will be back in 5 minutes, and we are still going to be ambitious about reaching our time of 3 o'clock. And so we'll see you in 5. Don't go too far, but the restaurants are right around the corner.
That's right. Okay. Tomamos 5 minutos entonces y regresamos.
Is the microphone okay? Great. If you can hear my voice, clap once. If you can hear my voice, clap twice. If you can hear my voice and you're standing, let's please make our way to our seat. And we are going to go ahead and jump in. We're going to turn it back over to Joyce to get us going.
All right. Thank you so much, Chair Wood. Welcome back, everyone.
Can we close that door over there?
I know
Thanks.
some folks may still be coming back, but we're just going to push through. So, Alfredo, if we could switch over to, yes, perfect. All right. So during right before the break, we looked at this question: when you think of racial equity, what words come to mind? And folks had a lot to share, which is wonderful. Just kind of looking at some of these words, we're seeing a lot around access, fairness, justice. I personally love that community is on there. So I'll just leave this up for people to take a look for a second. And then I would love for everyone to just hold these themes, these ideas in our minds as we move into the next set of activities. Okay, so just take 5 more seconds to look. Oh, okay, or we'll keep going. So the next question that we want folks to engage with is, how do you think data? I think Alfredo will adjust. I will read off of my notes. How do you think data should be used to inform government making decisions that impact community? And the question is up there. If you need the QR code, just scan that box in the corner. Okay, you should see that on your phone now. Go ahead and type in your thoughts.
Excuse me, I don't know how to do this kind of stuff because I already did the scan QR code, and I don't know what's next.
Yes, let's, can we have someone from, Larissa, would you be able to help folks just log in? Okay. All right, so I see responses are coming in. If you're seeing this on your phone, you should also see an option to click the thumbs up button for any responses that you are resonating with, that you agree with.
Joyce, I'm sorry, do you want commissioners to join this as well?
Yes, please.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes, this is for everybody. Commissioners and community coming together for this conversation through our phones. All right, I really appreciate everyone's engagement. I'm seeing a lot of themes around representation, accountability as our next top 2 responses. Great. Okay, go ahead and I'll give everyone a few more seconds to wrap this up before we transition. And I want to make sure folks have enough time, because when we move on to the next question, this screen will go away on your phones. So just want to make sure everyone has a chance to respond. All right, let's wrap it up in 5. And now we'll transition into our next question. This question says, what do you think organizations need to consider when deciding how to spend money on issues that impact community?
Does that mean state departments or?
Yes, let's do state, but in general, organizations could be broadly as well. All right, I see folks reading through the responses. So if you are still working on yours, go ahead and try to wrap up. We'll also have, public comment and other forms to participate after this section. So, just don't feel like you have to get all of your answers in perfect and right now. But what we're seeing up here for this question, I see prioritizing the highest need communities to ensure equity and efficacy. I see some questions around who loses, who gains, who wasn't considered. Yeah, there's some really great responses on here. All right, let's go ahead and transition. So I'm going to wrap up, and this will be our last question. What are 3 values that should be adopted for productive conversations? All right, go ahead and wrap up. Pulling out just 3 can sometimes be hard. I see a lot around transparency, which, probably goes a bit hand in hand with our earlier question around accountability. Seeing one another as worthy of dignity, congruence, inclusivity. Yeah, I see a lot of shifting right now as folks are engaging with the responses. I love that. We're gonna go ahead and again wrap up. So if you haven't gotten your responses in, take 5 more seconds. Okay, and let's go ahead and move back to the slides and we'll close out this exercise. So while we're transitioning back to the slides, I just wanted to send so much gratitude and appreciation to folks for engaging with us using our phones. This is truly a conversation of the digital age in 2024. But, we kind of did this structure because we know that it is, there can sometimes be challenges with making sure that we are hearing all voices and not just the ones who feel comfortable sharing on a podium, right? So we wanted to change it up a little bit for that reason. We will leave you all with one more QR code that you can scan. It's one form. It'll stay open for the rest of today. Next slide. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah. So there are 3 questions here. So again, if there's something you want to think about after today, you feel like you didn't get to share your thoughts, that's what this is for. So there's 3 questions. What themes or ideas are you noticing? What surprised you or prompted you to want to learn more? And how might you continue to explore the thoughts shared in today's activity as a group, as a community, as commissioners, right? So this is open to anyone. I know the slide says it goes until 3 p.m. We're going to keep it open for the rest of today, again, so folks can take their time to respond. And with that, I will go ahead and close it out and give it back to Chair Wood.
All right. Thank you so much. How about a round of applause for Joyce? So we are nearing the end of our time together. We at this point will take our last public comments on any items that are not on the agenda. Are there any public comments?
We have 4 in-person public comments and 6 virtual public comments.
Okay.
Do you want to say something? Confirming we're on item 13, right? For any items not on the agenda?
Yes.
Thank you. We will go ahead and do in-person public comments first, and then we will go ahead and move into virtual public comments. For those in person, please line up behind the podium as I call your names, and then I will call on you one by one. Can we have Brandley Taylor, Eliana Honeycutt, and Natalie Santamaria line up behind the podium, please?
And as those come to give public comment, both in person and virtual, just want to remind everyone of the 2-minute time frame. And we absolutely value your insights and your wisdom. And we also want to respect the time of those who are remaining. Okay.
Brandy Taylor, are you present?
Well, I just put my name on the last number, but I already said what I wanted to say. But my message right now is to teach your kids love, and it's hard in the world nowadays, and it's so busy, but anything can happen in a moment, hatred is everywhere, but love overcomes everything, kids nowadays, and my 4th grader, he go to Garza Elementary, and I think he's almost the only black boy, and his hair nappy, and he told my mama, I just want some dreads. I ain't paying for no dreads, so I'm just saying, teach your kids love instead of hate or anger, because love will take you a lot of ways.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we go ahead and have Eliana Honeycutt up next?
Hello, everyone. My name is Eliana Honeycutt. I use she, her, ella pronouns. I'm the Civic Engagement Coordinator at the Dolores Huerta Foundation, and I do a lot of the policy and legislation work that that we do at the foundation. And so I'm super grateful for the creation of the California Racial Equity Commission. So thank you so much for being dedicated to address disparities faced by these marginalized groups that we have, farm workers in the region, people of color in general, in regions like the Central Valley that are so often overlooked. In this area, racial disparities manifest across various sectors: public health, environmental justice, education, criminal justice, and labor. So communities of color in the Central Valley, as a lot of people already alluded to, experience higher rates of health issues due to limited access to health services and environmental pollution. That's essentially also environmental racism. Recent allegations against the Kern Medical Center highlight potential conflicts of interest affecting healthcare services. Low-income communities and communities of color in the Central Valley are disproportionately affected by environmental hazards like air and water pollution, higher rates of cancer, higher rates of asthma, leading to health problems, reduced quality of life, and higher instances of death. People of color are also disproportionately impacted by over-policing and unequal treatment within the criminal justice system. And so we hope that efforts that we're engaging in, such as a Bakersfield monitoring team mandated by the state that aim to address these concerns regarding law enforcement practices. Additionally, migrant farm workers endure exploitative working conditions, including low wages, lack of legal protections. Huge economic disparities are evident, with workers facing barriers to advocating for better conditions due to immigration status and limited enforcement resources. And so just to get quickly to my point, I know I'm over time, but state-run boards can have a huge and significant impact on addressing these racial equity issues that we face here in the Central Valley. Implementing policies that promote racial equities in all of the areas that I mentioned, ensuring fair treatment and access to resources for those marginalized communities, enforcing those regulations that hold institutions and industries accountable for discriminatory practices, such as oversight of healthcare providers and environmental compliance in the oil and gas sector. State boards can also allocate funding and resources to support initiatives aimed at addressing these racial disparities, like community health programs, environmental remediation efforts, and workforce development initiatives. They can also advocate for legislation and policy changes that dismantle systemic barriers to racial equity, such as advocating for criminal justice reform and labor protections for migrant workers. So by actively engaging with these issues and leveraging y'all's authority and resources, these state-run boards can play a crucial role in advancing racial equity and addressing disparities in the Central Valley and beyond. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Can Clambel Gutierrez also line up at the podium, please, for this item?
Good afternoon. My name is Natalie Santamaria, she, her, ella. I serve as the Central Valley Promotora Network Senior Manager for Visión y Compromiso. I am a promotora, and I say this to express my expertise as a member of the community who has experienced inequities and injustices. I want to thank you for coming to Kern County and for being intentional in creating a safe and welcoming space. I take this opportunity to ask that, aside from looking at all the work you have ahead of you, through a racial equity lens, that you also look at it from a justice lens. Let's not miss this opportunity. It is about equity. However, without justice, we may never feel as if we have attained equity. Lastly, community-based organizations, grassroots organizations, those foot on the ground, are ready and eager to support and collaborate. We want to be on the table and not be on the menu. Thank you.
Clarabelle Gutierrez with Assemblywoman Dr. Bean. I just want to thank every single person that took time to come and educate our residents in District 35 and to let them know that we are welcome to the table. And so the Assemblywoman, that's why she made sure that I was present today, to make sure that we hear or concerns that our residents have in Spanish, English, or whichever way, our office are always going to be open for you, porque las puertas siempre van a estar abiertas para todos ustedes. Hoy la asambleísta, la doctora Bain, me mandó aquí para que pudiera escuchar sus inquietudes o sus necesidades que tienen a través de extender, a través del comisionado que están aquí presentes con ustedes, para escuchar sus problemas y en qué podemos ayudarlos. Nosotros no somos la excepción. Aquí estamos nosotros para servirles a ustedes. So, on behalf of the Assemblywoman, Dr. Jasmine Bain, thank you for reaching out to our residents in our District 35. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now take virtual public comments. We have 4 items for virtual public comment. When you hear your name, please raise your hand in Zoom. You can do this by clicking raise hand under the participants menu, which you can find at the bottom of your screen on the Zoom platform, or by pressing *9 if you are joining us by phone. Our first public comment for this item is Yuridia Lopez. Yuridia, can you hear us?
Sí, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes. Puede comenzar con su comentario.
Voy a hablar en español, si me pueden apoyar a traducir.
Claro.
Gracias. Mi nombre es Yuridia López, soy organizadora de alcance de líderes campesinas y estuvimos, ahí en la mañana me tuve que salir, estuvimos presentes, que primero quiero agradecer a todas las personas a quienes nos pusieron en la mesa. Representamos a mujeres trabajadoras del campo y a promotoras. Y solamente quiero que nos quedemos con 2 tareas después de todo lo que vimos, la equidad, los comentarios, todo lo que nuestros compañeros pusieron sobre la mesa, las problemáticas y las situaciones que se viven en base a la falta de equidad y cómo lo estamos llevando a cabo con estos temas. La primera es que nos llevemos la tarea de que si todos sabemos lo que es equidad, ¿cómo le vamos a dar a cada parte lo que necesita para estar unidos como comunidad y poder lograr todas esas o acortar las brechas que existen tanto en salud, en vivienda, en empleos dignos? Esa es la primera tarea que me gustaría que todos nos lleváramos. Y un comentario es, estábamos hablando de equidad y muchas de las personas que nos movieron de espacio por la mañana a el área del Salón 109, nuestro comentario es, qué curioso que estamos hablando de equidad y no nos comentaron si éramos parte o no y nos movieron para allá. Sabemos que puede haber cuestiones de logística o de programación. Agradecemos todo el esfuerzo que hicieron cada persona. El día fue largo, pero sí me gustaría que nos quedáramos, que es un trabajo muy largo el que tenemos que hacer en equidad y unir a todas las partes, trabajar en conjunto porque lo necesitamos, porque unidos vamos a ser más fuertes, pero que cada una de las partes que estamos ahí tenemos que trabajar en qué concepto tenemos de equidad. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias, Yuridia. Por cuestiones del tiempo, vamos a mandar el comentario a la comisión en inglés por correo electrónico. Just letting her know that due to time, we'll send you an email of her comment in English.
Yes, and also everything is being recorded and will be translated as part of the recording.
That is correct. Thank you, Chair. Our next virtual public comment person will be Nico Shabazin. Can you please raise your hand? Can you hear us, Nico?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin your public comment.
Hi, my name is Nico Shahbazian. I'm a policy and research analyst at Catalyst California and a member of the California Racial Equity Coalition. Catalyst California is a racial justice organization focused on transforming public systems and making them more equitable and inclusive of low-income BIPOC communities. I'm excited by the depth of knowledge and lived experiences you bring as commissioners, and I'm looking forward to the important work that this commission will do to operationalize racial equity in California government systems. I'm especially optimistic about how the commission can set the standard for what community engagement should look like in decision-making processes and build in best practices that include the most impacted communities in decision-making. As you dig into the work, I'd like to elevate the importance of meaningful and authentic community engagement. To achieve this, I recommend several best practices. One, utilize culturally responsive outreach to reach low-income BIPOC communities through CBOs, trusted membership, messengers, and culturally relevant communication channels. Two, design accessible meetings and materials, especially for low-income residents, communities of color, non-English proficient speakers, disabled folks, youth and elderly, immigrants, and LGBTQ communities, and provide interpretation services, including sign language interpretation, digital accessibility, and materials in the three most spoken languages of each region where a commission meeting is taking place. Three, prioritize relationship building that's ongoing to meaningfully engage communities in dialogue, exchange with commissioners and staff outside or as part of public meetings. Four, include compensation and support for things like childcare, transportation assistance. Five, provide transparent and accessible information about the commission's work, including agendas, meetings, and decision-making processes in formats that are accessible to all communities.
Just wanted to let you
implementing
know
these
that
best
you're at time, so feel free to wrap up your comments, but just wanted to make sure you knew that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual public comment is Annie Thomas. Annie Thomas, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin your public comment.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Annie Thomas. I'm here on behalf of the California Alliance of Child and Family Services, whose members are community-based organizations across the state that serve children, youth, and families in public human services systems. As a member of the California Racial Equity Coalition, we are eager to learn how we can support the Commission's committees in developing recommendations that advance racial equity, dismantle systemic healthcare disparities, and address historical wrongs. Our members commend the commissioners for their dedication to hearing from all of our communities across California, and we would like to thank Dr. Estes for speaking with our members at our annual conference last week about the work ahead. We are here and ready to help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual public comment would be Eugene Canson. Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin your public comment.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank the commissioners for holding this space for community input and discussion. My name is Eugene Canson, Senior Associate at PolicyLink, which is a national research and action institute focused on racial and economic equity. We are also a member of the California Racial Equity Coalition. I really appreciated the conversations and presentations regarding Prop 209, as well as the community panel discussion, and would like to reiterate much of what has previously been mentioned regarding the importance of being bold on race, even within the confines of Prop 209. I also appreciate your commitment to deep community engagement throughout this process, and we look forward to supporting and collaborating in this important effort with you all. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for this item. I will hand it back to you, Chair Wood.
Do we have any remaining public comment from any of the other items?
We do. We have 4 in-person public comments for item number 12, and 2 in-person virtual public comments for item number 12. Would you like to proceed?
I think that we probably should, yes, expeditiously.
We'll begin with in-person public comments. As I call your name, please step up to the podium. Can Geneva Islas and Archie Roundtree please step up to the podium? Are they here? My apologies, just those are in virtual. In person are going to be Ofelia Calderon, Otis Bell, Ashley De La Rosa, and Valerie Pieta. May you please step up to the podium if you're here in person?
Just for reference, Ashley left. We're coworkers with the Dolores Huerta Foundation. But yeah, thank you so much, commissioners, for being here. You are all just being here a beacon of hope for the people who have been doing this work. And yeah, for everybody else that's here already doing the work, thank you also for being here. For any public officials that are here, thank you for being here, because a lot of the public officials that we have here in Kern County do not reflect the majority of the population. So yes, just starting off, there have been so many issues that have been presented in dealing with, the medical system here, the criminal justice system, education, housing, and I can name all these instances, right? But just for the sake of time, we got to get down to the root cause of the problem, right? The local entities, the local powers that we have here in Kern County are our Board of Supervisors. There have been several measures. There have been a lot of legwork that us community members, organizers, activists, whatever you want to call yourselves, educators, we have been doing this work just to get shut down at the local level with the Board of Supervisors. Now, the DOJ has had to mandate a Bakersfield monitoring team here in Kern County because of the fact of the Killer County nation that we have here in Kern County. It just goes to show how much power is in these Board of Supervisors that continuously stay in power, and they keep doing whatever they want to do. They ignore the constituents because they know that they have the monetary means to do so. We have a agricultural, carceral-based, oil-based economy that has historically been hurting our community members. And a way that you all can help is by enforcing that power over Board of Supervisors. So instead of Kern County being a general law county, we should change it over to be a charter county. And I know I'm running out of time, but the state, y'all can do a lot. We can save ourselves. We can do a lot of the legwork, but we really need you all to enforce this power. And that can start in a systemic change, right? From general law to a charter county. And then also making sure and enforcing that our Board of Supervisors, our county, is tracking down this data of health, data of police misconduct, and enforcing it, right? Just because we all have so much to say, but without that data, we have nothing to back ourselves up except for our own testimonies. And implementing and enforcing cultural diversity training to the systems involving youth, because a lot of community members like Brandy have a lot of stories like that just continuously keep being the norm. So we're tired of, our fellow BIPOC counterparts trying to go to the county registrar, sign up to run for office just to be ran off the street from a lot of, like white supremacists. And our law enforcement not doing anything about it, not accurately, reporting all this work. Sorry, I can't breathe with the mask. I'm like,
thank you for your comments, though.
Thank you. And also budget initiatives. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Commissioner, but also budget initiatives, because all of this costs money. We have the people power. They have, the money, but funneling that money into people who are actually doing the work would be a great help and a great start. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comments.
Thank you. We will now begin with virtual public comments. We have 2 virtual public comments. Our first virtual public commenter is Genoveva Islas. Can you hear us? Genoveva, can you hear us? We will move on to Archie Roundtree. Archie Roundtree, can you hear us?
Do you guys, hi, this is Jennifer, Genoveva's executive assistant. Do you guys think that she can go on second after the person that's gonna go right now?
Yes.
Okay, just because she's in another interview, but just give her like 5 minutes. After the other person is done, she'll hop in.
We probably don't have 5 minutes. We probably have a minute and 30 seconds, but yes.
Okay, yeah, that's perfect. That's fine. She'll be ready at that time.
Thank you. Archie, can you hear us?
All right. Thank you.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin your public comment.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Archie Roundtree Jr. I'm a staff attorney at Justice and Agent. We are a national nonprofit legal advocacy organization that uses the power of law to fight senior poverty and to advance equity for all of us as we age. We also engage in significant advocacy in California. Justice and Agent is a member of the California Racial Equity Coalition, formerly known as the SB 17 Coalition. I appreciate the mission of the California Racial Equity Commission in recommending best practices and opportunities to address racial equity and address inequities facing historically underserved and marginalized communities. We urge the Racial Equity Coalition to employ an intersectional analysis approach in developing a racial equity framework to better address the unique needs and experiences of older Californians of color. Inequities and discrimination based on age combined with other forms of inequity like racism to uniquely disadvantage specific groups of older adults. Solutions under consideration should center on older adults of color and others who face intersectional discrimination, ensuring an equitable access to aging and community. Through the creation of the race equity framework, the Commission has an important opportunity to address the specific and unique needs for older adults of color. Discrimination compounded over the course of one's life requires special attention. Failure to include age as part of the framework will potentially result in increased inequities for older persons to increase living California's promise of a more equitable future unfulfilled. I'm also here to urge the Commission to continue to consider an inclusive community approach. The Commission is uniquely situated to create sustained, trusting, reciprocal opportunities to meaningfully engage communities in dialogue, exchange with commissioners and staff outside or as part of public meetings. When considering outreach to a community or starting new programming, please develop rapport with the locality. The time spent building rapport signifies a community or in a commitment to understand a community's needs and can help alleviate skepticism. In both reciprocal opportunities and outreach, the Commission must make deliberate efforts to include the voices and perspectives of older Californians of color. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now be going back to Genevieve Islas. Are you online?
Hello, this is Genoveva Islas. Can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin your public comment.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm the Executive Director of Cultiva la Salud. We're based here in Fresno. I also happen to be a board member for Fresno Unified School District. And so I too just want to lend my voice to the chorus of people that are expressing gratitude and thanks for the focus of this particular commission and all the work and undertaking that you will be involved in. I guess I also just want to take this opportunity to talk specifically about some of the important areas of work that I hope the Commission will center itself on. I think if we're looking for justice in terms of racial and equity issues, it's important that we have pathways of opportunity for economic prosperity for the most disadvantaged people who often are put in positions of exploitation and underpayment and lack of benefits simply because of the color of their skin or simply because of their immigration status. I think it's important that we also focus on issues that relate to building power so that disadvantaged communities can be influential and directive in terms of the type of resources investments that they want to see delivered in their communities. And finally, I would say that we should not forget about the importance of creating equitable educational systems. We are seeing a continuing theme of children of color not being successful. And I think in a region like the Central Valley, the one transformative opportunity that we have for disadvantaged families is the promise of a good education for their children so that they can live lives that are more abundant than perhaps the limited opportunities that were afforded to their parents and grandparents. And so I would just call it that those are particular areas of focus, and also to say that we need to make sure that as we are improving these systems and these institutions, that we do not forget that nonprofit organizations play a pivotal role in helping to change policies, and that monies do need to be invested to create these changes locally. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes public comment for this item.
Okay. Well, at this point in time, we are going to bring our meeting to a close. May we adjourn the meeting by common consent? Looks consented, and so we will end this time. Thank you all so much for being here, for your voices, your perspectives. We're greatly appreciative of it.
Sheer pleasure.
Thank you, staff.